Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Trouble, no need, no pain. How dare you call me different when we bleed the same? My life's already a struggle, leave us alone. Then you quickly judge me cause of my skin tone. Now where's my partner paying Zappies, Marshallese and Michael Shryon?
Bury the hatchet and let bygones be bygones.
The Chukis, Rotini, Pantinians and Palon.
Carolinians, Island, Gorhon, rise up like a lion.
Micronesia, right to the fire, still Micronesia, right to the fire. And we no need no trouble, no need no pain. Dare you call me different when we bleed the same? My life's already a struggle, leave us alone. Then you quickly judge me because of my skin tone. When Otta was an early bird, jelly from that transition, taken away from awful, brought to the West Pacific. We must find it within us to overcome our own sickness. Power of hate will blind us unless we tweak our tradition. Do your best to avoid them when they claiming that you're different. Let no one try to judge ya, no one has that position. Really no one is perfect, so logically we the same. We all make bad decisions, our race seems to make the blame. Or the name of a day, cause Valeria, Mukadinali, Lukwellen, whoa, whoa, whoa. We don't need no trouble, no need no pain. How dare you call me different when we bleed the same? My life's already a struggle, leave us alone. And then you quickly judge me cause of my skin tone. In those days,
when segregation lives within her,
in those days,
let's come together, island nation. Never thought I'd see our people search for their humanity and see the hatred and the fear in our community. Just can't believe that you would judge even before I asked, making assumptions without even having all the facts. Break down your walls so that you see from my perspective. Wipe away all that negativity that you collected.
And we no need no trouble, no need no pain. How dare you call me different when we bleed the same? My life's already a struggle, leave us alone. And then you quickly judge us cause of my skin tone. We don't need no trouble, no need no pain. How dare you call me different when we bleed the same? My life's already a struggle, leave us alone. And then you quickly judge us cause of our skin tone.
Così uli di sombranza e zu ita saluda antes di niga razzauzan malaches frezas durante in todo il memu a no di distanza como cupo gi palu zaniman malak guafi I conum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa gilo tanu man libri sentami ti
Nogi chamoru Puritanota Kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria A big body is last and Paraiona Parai Gloria A big body is last and Toru itempo ipas Paraita Zanginilangina bendition Contra biligu Nafan sofuam Jus bruteis langmon
Morning, Guam. Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Morning, Jason. Solace.
It's a relay. We're passing the baton.
That's it. Good morning. Thank you. Right on. 6:20, 23rd day of March. It's Tuesday. Good morning, Mike V. Behind the steering wheel this morning, guys. I know you're used to the one and only DJ Joe, sir. But we got Mike V Productions.
EPAN's own.
EPAN's Buffest. Mike V and our Good Morning Facebook Live.
Sabrina, did you know your beloved alma mater is playing in the March Madness tournament right now?
Yes, you told me earlier.
They're actually the real strong squad this year, but they're facing the number one team.
Really strong squad this year, Sabrina. Great five. There's front five. Jay, what's going on with March Madness, man?
It looks like I'm watching this on KUMTV 11. The America's team, the Zags, are up on the Oklahoma Sooners 69-57.
Wow.
The Gonzaga Bulldogs leading right now, and it is in 7:40 left to go in the second half.
There you go. 6:21. Yep, March Madness continues. And so does the link. It's brought to you by East West Rental, Cabo Enterprises, carrier for all my aircon babies. Good morning. Got to keep it cool because it has been hot, very, very hot. My pee on the Tanchai heat index.
I had my aircon on full blast last night.
Right.
Yeah, and
You put that on blast, right?
Yeah.
Like, what is full blast for you, Jay? What temperature? Celsius, Fahrenheit?
Fahrenheit, maybe like in the mid 60s.
Wow.
Yeah.
I go about 70. If I'm feeling crazy, I drop it down a degree to 69.
If you're feeling saucy.
Right. But yeah, 70s are good. 72, it gets hot like this. 72 doesn't work.
But do you have central aircon or do you have like split units?
The one that goes in the window.
The split units.
Yeah.
Are
Yep.
nice.
Mm-hmm. Good morning, 621. Bree.
Yeah.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Here's what's coming up on the show this morning. Boy, they had a press conference yesterday. But we're getting Dr. Ann Pobutsky on this morning because I felt like the press conference, it was just a lot of like, I just want to get the straight info. I don't want to listen to anyone pat themselves on the back for 30 minutes to start things off. I just want to get the info, which we did. They touched on the variants. So we're getting a Dr. Pobutsky this morning, that's territorial epidemiologist, to talk about these samples that we got back from the CDC. I guess the takeaway was that the California variant was here, but it's okay because our numbers are still low. So we'll find out because there were a bunch of samples that they had sent out to the CDC, right, Sabrina?
Yes, there were.
There were a lot, and they were not just stretching back to January. We know from when Dr. Cabrera was coming on that they even had sent some from the surge time. So we'll ask Dr. Ann all about that and to kind of break down the verbiage.
And that was the first time when we started hearing that was going to be like a process that they were going to undertake. That was the first time on this show we used the phrase genomic sequencing.
Right, that's right. And so, yeah.
Use that in Scrabble.
We've been waiting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
for
so
this.
during the press conference, they said there were 7 variants or 7 cases of the COVID variant on Guam. Some were from quarantine, and then some were from the community. But there's 3 different classifications by the CDC for the COVID variant. So it's it's a variant of interest, and then there's the variant of concern, and then there's a variant of high consequence. So the variant that is on Guam is the California variant, and it was classified as a variant of interest. So, during the press conference, you didn't get that vibe like everybody, should panic. That wasn't the case because, the governor had said that we're still going to move on with our path to half plans.
Right.
If we achieve herd immunity.
Path to half by May. She's going to.
May 1.
May 1,
right.
she's going to flip it to PCOR 4.
Yeah, 50%, right. I believe it is,
right.
Vaccination rate. And so yesterday, the VA PPC, they met at late yesterday afternoon, and then following it, we got the JIC release that they have expanded the eligibility criteria. It was 40 a week and a half ago or so.
Now it's 16.
Right, now it's 16 years old. But that's just, I believe, for the Pfizer vaccine. not for Moderna, and not for Johnson & Johnson.
Right.
And effective immediately. So go to tiny URL and
book it on Eventbrite. Get your tickets. Get you some front row seats.
I know we did have a question here. If public health is continuing to send out samples, according to when we had Dr. Cabrera on months ago, I guess you could say, or weeks ago, he did say that there was this agreement with the CDC that they were going to send samples routinely.
Right.
But the samples, the findings we got from that press conference yesterday was just for January. So we don't know if there's anything back from February or how many,
right?
And the volume and frequency that they're going to be sending these samples.
I guess people are wondering, does it even matter? Right? Does it even matter because the numbers are so low as well, and it's so far behind. What I was curious about seeing, and it's something that we talked with Dr. Cabrera about, and just full disclosure, we've asked Dr. Cabrera to come on repeatedly since this whole Dr. Shea thing, and just haven't got the response. Anyway, so yeah, what he was saying back then was that they wanted to look at these samples from the second surge to look at and examine if any of the variants were on Guam at that time, right? And could they have contributed to that just crazy second surge that we saw? Because when we talked to the doctors during the second surge, especially the ones at GMH, a lot of them, they were saying that, this looks like a more virulent strain, right? It was like people were getting more sick in the second surge. So that's what I'm interested in finding out. But obviously, any kind of results that we get back, when you kind of hold it up with what the numbers that we're seeing now, we're just not seeing the numbers. I mean, we're getting zeros and low numbers. So I'm not sure what those results and the impact of, I guess it's just good to know, right?
Yeah. And also the current COVID testing, the PCR, the gold testing, it doesn't detect for the variant. But, the governor made the point yesterday, but, it does detect for COVID, you know. So if you're COVID positive, then, it's COVID. But you just can't tell what variant it is.
Yeah. I mean, good point.
Mm-hmm.
So we actually had a comment here. I was looking at that. It's a huge concern because if I remember correctly, the COVID testing that Guam is using doesn't detect the different variants. Yeah, but like Bree said, it's like COVID is COVID, and then under COVID you have the Brazil variant, the California variant, the UK variant, the South Africa variant, the PI variant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it detects the COVID as the COVID.
I mean, the main takeaways from the press conference is that it is a variant of interest. We're still moving forward with our path to half.
We're racing. I feel like we're racing the rest of the world.
But it's important that if you can get vaccinated, get vaccinated.
Yeah, pretty much.
Guys, I also thought.
Okay, Jay. Sorry. There you go.
Oh, I also thought Nestor, who was in the Zoom press conference for us, and was asked a very poignant question to the governor, and said, because she brought up, she's going to try and ask of the private sector if they can have some sort of, what's the word? That's a word I'm looking for. Give employees consideration if they want to go and get vaccinated, like we would for All Souls Day, or or for like election.
Yeah.
And then he said, well, what kind of incentive are you asking for? And she basically said, like the incentive to get vaccinated.
To save a life.
Yeah, but that was a great question by Nestor. I thought that was very good.
Yeah, and I mean that's something that we've been talking about is how does the VACCP be?
VAPPC.
The CCP.
No, that's Russia.
Yeah, no, it was a joke, Jay. That's something we've been talking about with the grocery store workers, with the different private sector workers who are, on the front line and work during the whole pandemic. Is sad to say, a lot of them just can't afford. They just can't take off work to go get vaccinated, and they don't know how long they can take off because sometimes it's a 4-hour wait, sometimes it's smooth sailing, and so we've been talking about way back ever since before we even got the vaccine. And we're still talking about it. How do we get the shots in the arms of these people who are on the front line, who are interacting with a lot of customers, and we just still haven't figured it out. But you're right, Jay. I think they should do like that rapid engagement team where they just show up at a place and it's like, okay, everybody, come get your shot. It's the people's vaccine. Let's bring the vaccines out to the people.
Well, when I think it was Peter interviewed Mary Rhodes, because there's the effort to get the tourism industry.
Right.
employees vaccinated, so they were talking about, maybe we could have it at like the hotels
Right.
and everybody come down to make
Outreach.
it more, to make
Yeah.
it more accessible. And matter of fact, GHRA is holding a virtual town hall meeting. I believe it's tomorrow via Zoom. There's a link that but it was in their newsletter, and so you can scan it, and maybe I'll send it to you, Jason, so we could post it later. But
Yep.
you're right. You got to make it more accessible because the times for the clinic, it's till
Everybody's
5:30.
working.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough. You reopen the whole island, and then you got to also compensate for those people who are holding this island open and go to them and get the shots in the arm. So hopefully, I don't even know if that's in the work because usually Dr. Cabrera would be the one to talk about that, but he's not coming on. So
Well, you know who is coming on is our friend Captain Mark Scott from the Guam Guard. And I
Yes.
saw that he posted on Facebook
Yeah.
because, with the Guard giving a major assistant in terms of like managing the vaccination clinics, he was actually saying, he goes, okay, now that the vaccination eligibility age has been dropped to 16 and above, please make use of the registration.
They're
and the
anticipating
appointment
a big, that's why I had to get him on. As I was talking to him last night, they're anticipating a big turnout, right? As it's now 60. I mean, they went from 40 to 16. And that's
that
what
was
I was
weird.
talking about racing. I feel like, I just feel like Governor Lou, it's very ambitious. I mean, and if we have the resources to do it, I'm not going to sit here and hate on the Gov. I mean, if we want to get the people vaccinated and we can, and we have the stuff that, it takes, then let's do it. But
well-
Jesus, to go from 40 to 16, you could have, I mean, you're creating a flood of people to go get the vaccine.
What was it? Can we
40 to 16.
Can we walk back that chronology? When the vaccine first started, it said it was age 65 and up, right?
Right.
That was the very first one. And then
No, wasn't it 70
Oh, it was,
75?
yeah, 70.
Okay, and then they went from 75
or
to
70? One of those.
75 to 65,
And then it was 55.
and then to 55. So it was kind of like small incremental stuff. But yeah, this is a major.
Yeah. And it's, I mean, I don't even know if ambitious is the right word,
And
because
I'm
it's
trying to
beyond
look up-
ambitious.
Because you know what we were saying the other day. I mean, I know my buddy Gary Hiles over at Department of Labor. He's like the main economist, and he'd surely know like what the demographic age breakdown is. And I'm trying to look up on Wikipedia to see how many Guamanians that covers from 16 to 40.
Right.
That's a huge amount of.
And so I'm curious, yeah, wiki that. I'm curious too, like, are they going to plan to have another, maybe a breakaway site? Or like I said, do some of these outreaches, because there's just going to be a crazy, I mean, I'm thinking there's going to be a crazy backlog of people, because the thing about our island is we
I
don't.
mean, you not only have the OG Calvo Fieldhouse, you have numerous
Clinics.
pharmacies, private clinics. You have the village vaccinations. You have the homebound vaccinations. So the only thing left, like you said, is just kind of offering it more to some of these industry professionals through
Right.
whatever this rapid engagement team, which they have not said anything.
Will they be doing it in schools? Because now you've got school-age kids are able to avail of that. Will they actually do it like at the nurse's office? For the
Well-
kids that have returned face-to-face.
I don't think there's a big, huge number of kids that are.
Yeah,
back
because what was it?
Yeah.
Only 30% opted to return for face-to-face, right? That's
Right,
what
yeah.
John always says.
But like I was saying, what we don't have on Guam is we don't have this crazy, like, I don't want to take the vaccine because I'm going to grow a third eye and the government's going to track my every movement. Is there's a microchip in it? We don't have that. What we do have is everyone wants to get vaccinated because, in Afamaulik, we want to be safe, and I protect you, you protect me, and that whole thing. So people want to get the vaccine. And so by dropping it 40 to 16, oh my God, I think a lot of people are going to go out and get the shots.
Okay, I
and
just
the
looked-
Guard is anticipating that.
I just
so.
looked it up real quick,
Yeah.
you guys, from a Guam demographics profile. This is from a wiki I found, wiki entry. Roughly, from Guamanians, as of the 2020 estimated census of about 160,000 population, Guamanians 15 to 25 years old, male and female, make up about 17% of the population. But from 16 to 40, that would be 30s.
Hey, good morning, Teresa, watching from Egypt.
Hi, Teresa. Yeah, so that it's a little bit over 40% of the population
Wow.
would be 16 to 40-year-olds.
Well, guys, we got to get to the path to half, because what's the governor going to give us if we get to path to half? P-Core 4.
Is that what she said?
That's what I heard. Wasn't that what in the press conference?
No, that was not in the press conference.
Oh, was it? Oh, sorry. So what do we get if we get 50% vaccination?
Well, we're going to reopen travel. We're going to see changes to the quarantine protocols.
That's not PCOR 4?
No, I think when
Well, she has to determine that.
when the
you know,
PCOR system
so.
was first
Right,
announced, like
yeah.
way back last year, I believe she
They
said
don't follow the PCOR system anymore, guys.
It's PCOR done, right?
It's a PCOR whatever, they whatever the PCOR, because it was very strict. It's a little annoying, because when they came out with the PCOR systems, it was put out as like, this is the yardstick, this is the measuring stick of how we're going to wade through this pandemic, and then they went and ignored their own metrics, and basically when it was PCOR 1, it was like PCOR 10, or what do you call it, PCOR Fun. So yeah, the PCORs don't even, it's like PCOR 4 already. Who are we kidding out here? Let's do the news. It's 6:34. This is the link again. Mark Scott, Guam Guard. We'll do our law enforcement thing with Major Anton Ogden, DOC, Sergeant Paul, GPD, Dr. Ann Pobutsky, the territorial epidemiologist, also from Public Health, and the Physicians Advisory Group Chair, Dr. Hoa Wen, all coming up on this morning's episode of The Link. Right now, though, let's get into the news with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Off it, everybody. The Guam Police Department's Highway Patrol Division has been activated to investigate a serious early morning crash that sent a man to Naval Hospital in Agana Heights. The crash involved two vehicles. It occurred just before 3:30 in the morning along Route 8, that's the Purple Heart Memorial Highway, near SK Laundry and Subway in Barragata. According to Guam Fire Department spokesperson Charika Chargaloff, CPR was conducted on the man who was transported with ALS on board the ambulance. Motorists heading toward this area are advised to take an alternate route. Police spokesperson Paul Tapau says all east and westbound lanes are closed at this time as officers from Highway Patrol conduct their investigation. And with more news, here is Tyler Mazzanani.
Buonasera half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Mazzanani with your headlines here on The Link. Public Health has confirmed the first cases on Guam of a new, more contagious COVID variant have been around for at least the last 3 months. In a news conference, Governor Leon Guerrero said the strain came from California and was found in samples sent to the CDC in January.
We received the results from 26 of the 49 samples. And here's what we know. 7 of these samples had the California variant, a variant that is known to be 20% more transmissible. Of these 7, 4 came from samples within the community. These 4 individuals had no known travel history. The remaining 3 samples came from persons who tested at our quarantine facility. Even with the California variant in our community, our COVID-19 response has remained robust.
And with the numbers under control, the administration is pressing forward with plans to further open the economy, including tourism, and lifting the mandatory quarantine for arriving passengers with negative COVID tests.
We are going to stay the course, and we are going to continue with our direction of May 1st to have 50% of our people vaccinated, and then hopefully by July 21st to have 80%. So we are going to remain the course, and once we start seeing more vaccinations, we are still going to continue with the plan on our quarantine protocols.
To speed up the vaccinations, the governor has asked government agency heads to allow time off, administrative leave for employees to get vaccinated, and she's encouraging the business community to do the same.
I am also asking the private sector to allow their employees that opportunity to leave their work to be vaccinated.
All right, and is there any way to incentivize private sector to do that?
Sure. Keep our people safe and protect yourself. I think that's a great incentive.
Public Health says the next phase of vaccinations will be for those 16 and older, basically the entire adult population. The start date will be announced, and the governor says there will be an ample vaccine supply to cover it. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
It appears the legislature may be joining a case before the Supreme Court involving the governor and public health's powers to quarantine individuals entering Guam. It was in December the governor petitioned the Supreme Court to issue a declaratory judgment based on the provisions in the Emergency Health Powers Act as it relates to the ability for the public health and the public health authority, in this case the governor, to quarantine individuals. A hearing before the Supreme Court was supposed to be heard a week and a half ago, but it was rescheduled. Minority Leader Senator Chris Duenas confirms a Republican caucus was being held today to discuss the case.
The governor is trying to do is basically say that the quarantine and those issues associated with the quarantine are inorganic, the way that they're operating it. She has had a number of defeats in the court on her quarantine powers, and many people have been released after having taken the administration and public health to court. And now it looks as though the filing from the administration is that well, we were using the Guam law power to counter what these basically the plaintiffs have been going to the court, and the court's been ruling in favor of those to get out of quarantine. But now they just say, okay, forget it. We don't have to follow that rule because, that law that was passed in legislature, it's inorganic. This has implications for Bill 11. This has implications for the entire Chapter 19 on emergency powers.
A status hearing before the Supreme Court on the governor's request for declaratory judgment is now scheduled for April 23rd. Police are seeking to hang on to about $300,000 from lapsed funds to pour back into a Safe Schools initiative. The bill by Senator Jose Pito Terlahi would authorize GPD to use prior year appropriations from the Police Patrol Vehicle Fund and Safe School initiative for use in the current fiscal year. Chief Steve Ignacio says they plan to buy new cars.
Under Project U, we bring the cars out to the school kids, especially the elementary school kids. I think they really enjoy seeing that patrol car with the lights and the sirens. And unfortunately, because we don't have enough cars, we're not going to pull a patrol car from patrol operations for Project U. So this money will be used strictly to buy cars strictly for the Project U program.
Chief Ignacio says they planned to expend all the money last year, but ran into some obstacles because of the COVID pandemic. Social workers have been dedicated to improving human well-being and enhancing the basic needs of all people, especially the most vulnerable among us. On Monday morning, a proclamation was signed during a virtual ceremony declaring March as Social Work Month. This year's theme, maintaining connections through changing environments, social workers are essential, embodies the heroic contributions of the social work profession to our island and our nation, including their work to heal our island and our nation during times of pandemic, racial unrest, economic uncertainty, and political divisiveness. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero.
When I was a nurse, that one of the most important person in the healthcare team of the comprehensive care for patients is the social worker. You can be there as a nurse to meet the acute needs of the patient, but the social workers are the lifeline.
Should I just say thank you? Social workers play a crucial role in our island's healthcare system and have played a key role in the island's response to COVID-19 and helping individuals, families, and communities cope with the epidemic. And this week, many of the island's social workers will be attending the annual National Association of Social Workers two-day conference, which will be taking place this week on March 25th and the 26th. And with regional headlines, here's KSPN 2 News.
Half a day Guam, here are the headlines for CNMI.
Governor Torres is moving forward in assistance for those struggling from the effects of COVID-19 with approval of the Lost Wage Assistance Program.
I will be issuing a directive to go ahead and move forward on the program. That is about $7.5 million. CNMI share is about 2.5. So yes, I will be moving forward on giving again the extra assistance to our community that fall under the LWA.
The Lost Wage Assistance Program was approved by former President Donald Trump in 2020 and ran from August 1st through September, where federal money pays $300 a week in unemployment benefits, and the CNMI is to match the remaining $100, resulting in $400 a week. The CNMI government applied for a waiver of the $100 match, but was denied. Moving forward, Governor Torres says those who qualify will receive the full amount.
We're going to go ahead and pay our $100 and in anticipation that we will get reimbursed.
Governor says the money for the CNMI match will come from funds received from FEMA and the American Rescue Plan.
FEMA has agreed to allow us to pay out the $300 per week, and then until such time that our match requirement is required, which I expect they're going to give us a few months to then we would be making that additional $100 payment. So a total of $400 for those that qualify.
The CNMI had until March to disperse the money for LWA, but received an extension.
This program would have ended this month, but we did get an extension and an extension granted by FEMA just yesterday to allow us a little bit more time to pay this out. So I think that was a big part of our decision and the governor's decision to let's go ahead and make this program available.
Guerrero says the funding the CNMI received for LWA is projected to pay from 8,000 up to 10,000 people for 3 weeks. And if funding is left over, the program will be extended. Those eligible for PUA will be eligible for LWA.
Similar to PUA, if you received at least, there's a couple of basic pieces of information, like if you received at least $100 per week from whether it was the PUA program or any of the pandemic unemployment assistance programs, then you most likely qualify for the lost wages assistance.
Guerrero says he will be working with DOL Secretary Vicky Benavente to kick off the program, but no date has been set yet as to when the money will start going out.
For more news, visit saipantv.com. For KSPN2, I'm Ashley McDowell.
That's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
And we do have an update as the Vaccine and Antiviral Prioritization Policy Committee has since approved to expand the COVID-19 vaccine eligibility criteria to residents ages 16 years and older. This is effective immediately. Minors may only receive the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine, as the Moderna and Johnson & Johnson vaccines are not recommended for individuals below the age of 18. Minors must be accompanied by a parent or legal guardian and provide government-issued identification to validate their age. The parent or legal guardian will also be required to sign a consent form on behalf of the minor to receive the vaccine. Additionally, the Joint Information Center reports that 4 new COVID-19 cases have been confirmed out of 585 tests performed on a Sunday. To date, there have been a total of 7,784 officially reported cases of COVID since March of last year, 134 deaths, 27 active cases, and more than 7,600 recoveries. Currently, there is 1 person hospitalized. Guam's CAR score is 0.1. A total of 30,735 individuals have been fully vaccinated. Additionally, vaccination clinics pick back up again today through Saturday at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. The vaccination clinics are from 11 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. These clinics will administer first doses of the Pfizer vaccine and second doses of both the Moderna and Pfizer. Johnson & Johnson is not available at the UOG vaccination clinic at this time. Eligible residents are advised to schedule an appointment online via Eventbrite at tinyurl.com/vaccinate-GU-MAR 23-27. If scheduling an appointment is not possible, walk-ins will be accepted at a limited rate of 15 per hour. More transparency, the intent of a bill introduced by Senator James Moylan in response to 27 pages worth of emergency and sole source procurement in 2020. Here's more. Okay, you can watch it online. And that's your news from go to KUAM.com and stay tuned for more conversation with your coffee right here on the link after the break.
The Culture Club.
Through the month of April, KUM News and the KUAM Care Force features Sustainability Matters, building awareness for environmental issues, highlighting activists, and showcasing businesses and individuals making a difference in our community. Watch a special series on Mondays on KUM News featuring different aspects of thinking green in our community. Awareness messages on every platform giving you tips for leading a more sustainable lifestyle. The Dirty Politics Weekly feature with the link live on location with Chris and Sabrina visiting different villages with political leaders and addressing environmental problems in our community. And this year, the Think Green annual cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam, and we'll feature your cleanup on our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability Matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Join KUAM and Punta Dos Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Dos Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series schedule.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday seafood sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Hey, good morning. It looks a little bit cloudy here in Huttman. We're going to start referring to this village by its indigenous name, Jason. Huttman.
The indigenous name you just claimed.
Yeah.
Nice, I like that.
6:55.
Are there any other villages? No, Harmon would be the one that would.
Yeah, I was talking about this the other day. So they're going to change Iran to, well, it's not even a change. And then revert, I don't know.
What is the right way to say
Because
that?
revert
Restore?
means kind of like go backwards, and I don't think it's really going backwards.
Restore? Or
That's it. They're going to restore it. Jay, you're the man.
And when was the first time they actually did this? Because remember when what used to be Naval Air Station, they said we're going to restore it to Tizen, which is what it traditionally was.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess it started there. But I think it's great. So I was kind of talking and going through what other villages would they change. Like, are you going to change Agate to Hoggett?
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you drive through some villages, you see those
Big pedestal
yeah.
signs. Right.
And it has it spelled in the tradition, like it's not Dedido, it's
The
Dedido.
spelling, though, they're probably going to have to, I bet that the Commission of Fina tomorrow, they want to, bulldoze those signs because the spelling's all crazy. Inconsistent. And they're the body that kind of supposed to make the spelling and the meaning and the words all uniform, right? Because tomorrow just wasn't a written language, so now it is. And anyway, with these signs out there, like Sinania, the way they spell Sinania, excuse me, it's not COVID, guys, don't worry. The way they spell Sinania was something like Sinahanna or something, and there was two N's, and then one of them had the little squiggly. What do you call it?
The glotta? Or,
No,
wait,
the
is that the glotta?
Oh,
Or
this is
that,
bad.
Enye.
Yeah.
Enye, yeah.
Yeah. So I was wondering what other villages are we going to go back and restore? I guess Agate, right? It's Agate, but I mean Hoggett. That sounds more like a blood town kind of place, right? Like Hoggett. I mean Agate's it's good too. Kumatak. Right?
I mean,
Hepan is
I
going to
mean,
be.
it's always you're
Mike
from,
V said they're going to put an H in front of Hepan.
You grew up in Maritzo. I've never heard you actually
Molesto.
refer to it as Maritzo.
Yeah, I don't
it's
know.
It's always Molesto.
It's always been Molesto.
But you know who I'm actually kind of keen in seeing their opinion, because we heard from the
It
mayors.
just sounds weird when people say Maritzo.
Yeah, we heard from the mayors the other day. They're very, very in favor of it. Obviously, the senators are trying to gauge public opinion. There's a lot of people who really want to see this happen. I wonder how the post office feels about this. Is that going to in any way make
I don't
things-
know. You're right. Good point. I'm pretty sure they'll figure it out because we have what's called the zip code system, Jay.
Mm.
So it doesn't matter if we call this village Timbuktu. If the zip code is the zip code, it's going to where it's going to go. Besides, half the stuff's stuck in Richmond. Anyway,
Richmond, California, not Richmond, Virginia.
yeah, so this press conference yesterday, it was kind of, I mean, I'll be honest with you guys, I didn't even watch it. You ever have one of those days where you're just not in the mood? It was Monday, I was feeling great, I just was not in the mood to listen. I was just up to here with, anyway, so. But, of course, I read our stories and, talked to our reporters who did watch it, and it was interesting because they announced this highly anticipated news about these strains that we've been just asking about since last year, right? And we were told that, hey, as soon as we get the results, yeah, don't worry. And so they did get the results, but then they wanted to make a big press conference out of it, which is good. I mean, it's a draw, I guess, right? So they did, but the theme kind of seemed to be that, oh, the variants are here. The highly contagious variants are here, the ones you keep reading about in the media. But don't worry. Lou got us. I mean, that was pretty much it, right? And does it even matter is what I guess some people are thinking, does it even matter? Because if we have this super contagious California, it's like the Cali strain, the Cali variant, dude. If we have this, I feel like Sabrina's yelling at the radio right now. Sabrina went to drop her boy.
I'm thinking like bleach blonde hair and,
Like we
and
just had the
avocados.
California variant, like it's organic. Okay, it's like free trade. It's the Cali variant. Oh my God.
There's that SNL skit to Californians.
yeah. So,
Hey, Stuart, are you going to go like on the 405 and get
Yeah.
like stuck with the variant and then go to the thing like
Pacific Coast Highway cruising. Oh my God. Anyway, so like the Cali, so it's the Cali variant, right? It's supposed to be super contagious, but they were saying, oh, it doesn't matter because we have these low numbers, right? But I know a lot of people who wonder about these numbers, and I don't want to get into conspiracy territory, right? But ever since we started using these $5 tests, the Binex Now, we just have not had the numbers. And we've addressed this many times on the show about the accuracy of these Binex Now tests. And it depends on what you read. Like some people say, like Dr. Shea obviously talks about the false positives associated with some of these tests. But then other people talk about the false negatives, right? But I just will say that since we started using these Binex Now tests, the numbers have been really, really low. And it's just a simple Google. If you guys want to Google like Binex Now accuracy, you can do that. And we've had public health on here repeatedly, and what they do is, so basically, the CDC basically says the Abbott antigen test misses 2/3 of COVID-19 asymptomatic cases, right? And that's why that press conference, to me, it was almost anticlimactic because, I mean, we knew, I heard the doctors off the record were saying in the morning that, oh yeah, the announcement is that the California variant, we've had, a few cases of that. But then, like I said, when you look around and there's no positives and we've got these low numbers and they're continuing to do the testing, the takeaway for, I think, people is like, okay, does it matter? Because it doesn't matter to the administration because we're continuing to move forward. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure it's not even a variant of concern. It's a variant of interest. So they have different categories for this thing. So when we first reached out to Crystal Paco San Augustine yesterday morning and asked her the variants on Guam, she said, oh, we have a variant of interest, not a variant of concern, which is just CDC semantics. They like to throw out these, terms, right? Variant of interest, that's like the low one. Variant of concern is the next one up. And then it's variant of, oh my God, we all gonna die. That's the top one right there. Okay? But we're only at VOI, variant of interest, right now. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's tough, guys. It's tough for them to continue to say, hey, we got to be safe, we got to do what you got to do, and then also be like, yeah, the Cali variant's here, but oh, it doesn't matter because we got all these great policies and pat the half. So it's a little confusing, especially if you're like a thinking person, to try and sort out all these conflicting pieces of information in your head. It will blow your mind just trying to figure it out. But are there concerns with the low numbers, guys? Do you guys think that there's still COVID out there? Even if we're getting these zeros and these ones, and it's not just like 0 out of 34, right? Remember when we used to do so little tests? And we're talking 0 out of what, Jay? You read the jigs. 0 out of like 400 or,
Let me bring it up. And this is now that you mentioned
4 out of 1,000. It's crazy low numbers.
And let me read for you the last 3 days for comparison. Yesterday was 4 new COVID-19 cases out of 585 tests. That was the word from yesterday. Sunday was no cases out of 95 tests. Saturday was no new cases out of 242 tests. So yeah, to your point, the number of test samples has gone
You
down.
almost couldn't even buy a positive. You know what I mean? Knock, knock, knock. I mean, I think for a lot of people, and I wonder though, because the messaging, especially in our part, I mean, not just in our part, but the messaging is even up to now, even with everything that's open and all the things you could do, and you could go anywhere and do anything now, pretty much. The messaging is still like, oh, you got to be safe, got to do what you got to do, oh, you got to wash your hands, oh, you got to social distance. Right? And so that's why I think when people hear that, oh, there's a variant and it's no biggie, it just doesn't jive with everything that we're being told about being safe, because when you look at the national media reports, the variant's pretty serious. But not on Guam. On Guam, it's A-okay. I'm not trying to make you guys crazy. I'm just saying it is what it is. Not that one again. It is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. The Cali variant is here, but nah. Don't worry about it. Just be safe. No, seriously, guys. Just be safe, okay? I still wash my hands all the time. Have you let your guard down yet, Jay?
No, look at me. I'm still wearing.
He's still wearing a face shield.
I'm the only person I know, not in my family, not in my household, not on my street, not in my village, not in my employer and everything.
Right.
I'm the only person I know that still wears a face shield. And I was like, until I get fully vaccinated, and it's just a personal belief, right? Because I'm neurotic and paranoid anyway, right? And I care about you guys. Until I get fully vaccinated, and then I'm at that, 3-week period when hopefully the antibodies fully developed and they fully do their thing, then I might consider actually like not wearing it.
Right. Guys, just drive safe. I was on the scene of that accident this morning in Barragata. Terrible. More traffic means more accidents. Okay, so just be safe out there, guys. I know that's affecting your traffic there on Route 8. It's right around the subway, SK, was that SK Auto area? So that new traffic light that they put in that goes to
Carbolito Elementary.
Right, that's where the road was blocked off. So you're not going to be able to get around there. Alternate routes, I would just go through our island's capital. Go through Hagåtña if you're coming from like MTM area. I don't think you're going to be able to get through if they're still investigating. And if not, then disregard. Okay, so just be safe out there, guys. What do we got here? Some comments. Hey, good morning to our Facebook Live viewers, by the way. Comments here. Chamarita Rages, the valued Link fam member. A lot of people say unless the CDC puts it out to the public that it's mandatory to get the vaccine, they'll have to get the vaccine. So they've lowered the vaccine from 40 to 16. All right. And we're all, even the Guard is anticipating a big outpouring of people. Remember, you got to book your tickets at Eventbrite. Rosemary Laguatnia talking about this press conference. It's campaign time, Nye. Hey, Rosemary, it's always campaign time. Chamarita Rages, on the subject of restoration. He sang song restoration. Jotnia and Jigo Barragata, hard to restore its name. You can't touch that. It's the love handles. Glenn, good morning. Bobby Jean Benno, good morning. And, okay, so we're going to go. Jay's going to take care of this one here because it's National Meteorologist Day, right?
Correction, boss.
Oh, sorry.
World Meteorological Day.
Yeah. So we'll talk about this Path to Half and all this other stuff, and reopening the tourism. Of course, they're trying to target half of the population for vaccination by, I think, May 1st. And then they'll reopen the island to tourists. Okay, so that's kind of where we're going here. Like I said, I really feel like, and hey, if we could do it, okay, go for it, right? But I really feel like we are running downhill. And I feel like, what's a good analogy? Blood in the water is not a good one for this. But I feel like Governor Liu has got a taste that, man, we're doing so good with the vaccination. To our credit, guys, really. Logistically, yes, the Guard is doing a great job in getting the vaccine out there in an orderly fashion, for the most part. But, we're in a position where we're near the top in the vaccination rate and the outreach of the vaccination. We're near the top, and our CDC travel advisory is still pretty up there. It's avoid all non-essential travel to Guam, right? But they're a little bit behind the curve on what's going on here on the island. But yeah, I feel like we are. I mean, if the pandemic was a womb that we've all been in for the last year, we're starting to put our head and shoulders out. Right? So yeah, I feel like Governor Liu sees that we could be the gold standard. And how would that be? Just where America's COVID-free day begins. Lofty. You know what I mean? And that's kind of where we're going. I feel like we're really racing towards this path to half. I hope you guys are in good shape. How's your cardio, Guam? Because, man, we're racing to this path to half. The governor wants us to run down that path. You know, the Republicans want to get Guam moving. That's it. It's time to work out, guys. It's 7:10. Jason Solis, ladies and gentlemen, right here on the link. Good morning.
And here we go. And so it is a wonderful day if you are one of the many people on the island who have a keen interest in not just the weather, but, you know, tracking it, analyzing it, talking about it, sharing it. And, you know, this can be, as our friend Landon Idler, who now joins us in the KOM newsroom, has shown for us, it can be a very, very interesting, very rewarding career. You meet a lot of really good people who just geek out on what is going on with Mother Nature. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, I've got my own nerdy eccentricity. So anytime I see someone get really, really hardcore and deep dive into science, technology, engineering, and math concepts and everything like that, they have my ultimate respect. And Landon, I'm just going to go ahead and assume, my friend, that you are not in the office right now, because that's a wonderful computer chair you got there, and wow, that's a nice kitchen. I don't think that's at your workplace, right?
Room at the office. I'm kidding. This is my house. I was actually on the way to work and I got a call a little while ago, so I was like, okay, I got to stay home and take care of this. And then I got Chris's message a little while ago. So I've been in teleconferences since 3 o'clock this morning, and then I'll be heading to the office for full day work. And then I get the vaccine. So this afternoon, I'll be getting my first COVID vaccine. So I'm excited about that. So like you were saying, that's my sprint, my cardio. And the Weather Service, it's an interesting note. The Weather Service is doing a month of fitness challenge from March 15th to April 15th. And so I'll be representing Team Guam and a few others in my office for the fitness challenge. And as long as we overdo Hawaii, that's all I care about, because I want to compete and outdo the Hawaii Weather Office always. So yeah, happy World Meteorological Day. This is our special day with the World Meteorological Organization.
It's like Christmas in March for you guys that do what you do.
It's Christmas in March. I mean, I have a meteorological tree. I got great gifts. I got sunglasses for those hot sunny days, a hat, and you can never go wrong with an extension cord. So when you need extra cords or a generator, you just wheel this in from outside.
There you go.
And keep that generator outside.
Yeah, and I see
also,
you. So you got the tank top going. You've got your AirPods in. You pop the collar. I mean, you are in party mode, man.
Party mode. So it's going to be a fun day at the office. We have a number of festivities, including the proclamation signing with the governor's office at 10:30 this morning, just to really proclaim the day as World Meteorological Day. But I'm also using this as a occasion to bring weather and forecasting to the spotlight in our off season, to let people know that, hey, the weather is still out there. We can have natural disasters at any time. And this is overall a great outreach event. If it's not for COVID, I'd really like to be opening our office for visits and tours and stuff, kind of like an open house. But because of the ongoing pandemic, we have to cancel those plans. Hopefully next year for the occasion, I really want to do something bigger and better for the community, and just really bring people into our office and say, hey, this is who we are, this is what we do, and how we do it. I really want the Weather Service to be an ever-increasing part of the community, not just for weather junkies like myself, but also for inspiration to the younger people in the community that might have interest in science and technology and math.
And I got to tell you, because, you know, obviously under your leadership, since you took over for, you know, Chip Guard, who is a legend and, you know, in just, you know, in the Guam community, he's such a nice guy anyway. And then, you know, he did so many things for our community as far as making us aware of weather, knowing how to respond to it, and really bringing us together to take care for each other. I mean, you know, he really embodies the spirit of Inafa Malik and doing what we can to make sure we're all okay, right? And then when you took over, you know, you want to emphasize a lot of community engagement. You know, you really, like you told us yesterday on your segment, you've done a lot with the website redesign and with social media, being very active in there. So you're correct me if I'm wrong, but you're really doing a effective job of bringing like the art of weather watching from being, you know, this kind of like esoteric practice where, you know, you would have either had to serve in the military for a very, very long time and have very high level training, or go to school for an obnoxiously long time and have advanced degrees in this kind of thing. And now, because of the free flow of information, you know, anybody can get into this and can be very, very competent in, you know, what goes on with the weather. And, you know, I mean, they can hold a good conversation. They can really get into it. And like I said, I mean, it is a really fun hobby, if not an entire career to have.
Yeah, that's correct. And I'll definitely never be the guy that Chip Gard was. He was quite an incredible mentor for myself, and he was my inspiration. And it was basically my dream job to take over for him as a warning coordination meteorologist at our office.
Living the dream.
Mainly because of what he did, his work, his style of work, how he carried himself, and the nature of what he did on a daily basis. He put in some incredible hours every week. Probably instead of like the normal 40 hours a week, he was probably working 60 or 70 hours most weeks, because we have a very unique and a broad mission here at WFO Guam, working not just for Guam and the CNMI, but also all the compact states in the region. So it's almost like a position for two people, and it's always constant. Like this morning, I've been up since 3 o'clock this morning in teleconferences, and that's most of my weekdays, doing meetings with stateside entities. But it's something that for me is dynamic, it's vibrant, and it keeps me focused, because I much rather work with people and projects and what we do with the community versus sitting at a computer doing shift work, weather forecasting day and night. And that's what a lot of our people do in the Weather Service. They're the shift duty forecasters. And coming from that for 10 years as a forecaster, I really admire what they do. And my job is to relay what they do to the community through communications and other platforms. But I also want to spend my time as a manager in the office to help enable them to do more and better things and to ease their job, because I was a shift forecaster. And so what they do inspires me, and what I do comes off of their hard work.
Well, I've had the great fortune of being able to interview not only you and Chip, but like a lot of your colleagues and people, you know, who don't seek out the limelight, certainly. And, you know, I mean, they really do love what they do. It's a calling. It's not a job. They do this because they really have a natural proclivity to do this kind of work and to share this kind of thing. I mean, you know, again, it's one thing to just sit there and geek out for your own amusement, but you do something in service of our community and to take care of people and everything. So as we celebrate World Meteorological Day, I mean, it's not only a chance for, like you said, to exhibit the products and services and opportunities that you find folks have and everything, but it's also a chance for us, the community, to say thank you to you and your team for the tireless work that you guys do. And you actually, you know, by coming on the show and doing this segment with us, it's clear that you've made this very, very fun.
Well, I think the field of science and meteorology can be dry and boring. And I'll be honest, years ago, I never had any desire to work for the Weather Service because I figured it was dry and boring. But it's really what you make it. And I really like to take what we do as far as the scientists, the nerds, the geeks, and bring it down to everybody else. My brain's not as wired as some of my colleagues with the science and technology. My brother, when it comes to my twin, he's a science and technology when I'm the more communicator. I was always better at history, English, art. And
left
my
brain,
brother
right
was
brain,
better
guys,
at science
basically.
and technology. Yeah, basically. So I think if we were melded into one person, we'd be like a superhuman or something. But we balance each other out. And likewise, our Office of Scientists and Technology experts, we balance that out with our communications staff, the folks that are more focused on communications and decision support services with the community. And so fortunately for me, the Weather Service is going head over heels into that direction of social science, communications, how we can take the science of what we do on a daily basis and relate it to the community so that people, non-meteorologists, can understand the information that we provide them and take the right actions.
I'll see that. I mean, you always wear those really you know, nice and expensive, you know, $300 Tommy Hilfiger shirts like you're wearing right now. Never had a pocket protector though, and that's totally cool. Like I said, you've made being a nerd about what you're into super fun, and I know that translates well to young people, and you've given them the motivation and the inspiration deep dive into something. So you are to
Absolutely.
be commended,
And
as
if
well
I can-
as is your team for doing that.
If I can inspire any young minds, especially the high schoolers across Guam and CDMI, to go into the field of science and technology, I call it a good day.
Okay,
And
well-
so we hope to welcome people into our office again before much longer.
Well, you know what, folks? Landon actually sent us privately. He sent us in WhatsApp a bunch of trivia questions that we are going to put on our Instagram feed later on this morning, so you can take a fun trivia contest to see how much you know about the weather. And it's a fun way to get involved with this because, like I said, Landon, you guys are rock stars over there, and we really appreciate the collegial nature, working with you, and the friendship that you've established with us and everything like that. So you're a part of the Link family as well, and we really do appreciate it. So on behalf of a grateful community, thanks for all you do. And on a personal note, like you said, you'll be getting the vaccine. So congratulations to you, and thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Pleasure working with you all.
And I must say, like, you should actually keep that background that you've got right now. I mean, I know you're actually in your kitchen, but if I didn't know better, I would have also thought maybe you're in a Winnebago. You look like you're in an RV. There you go.
That's my studio lighting right there still.
Nice.
And my tripod is a box.
Hey, man.
And it's about to fall over on me.
Hey, well, have a great World Meteorological Day, man. We appreciate you coming on, and congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you. We always appreciate it.
Okay. All right, and we
Make
are
it
coming
through
back
the week
on the
with
link.
Monday's
Have a great
Work
day.
Week weather forecast. Brought to you by
Through the month of April, KUM News and the KUM Care Force features Sustainability Matters, building awareness for environmental issues, highlighting activists, and showcasing businesses and individuals making a difference in our community. Watch a special series on Mondays on KUM News featuring different aspects of thinking green in our community. Awareness messages on every platform, giving you tips for leading a more sustainable lifestyle. The Dirty Politics Weekly feature with the Link live on location with Chris and Sabrina, visiting different villages with political leaders and addressing environmental problems in our community. And this year, the Think Green annual cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam, and we'll feature your cleanup on our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability Matters, part of the KUM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurants. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together. And we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
KUM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Join KUAM and Punta Dos Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Dos Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass series schedule. It's 7:26. My name is Chris. Thanks for jamming with us on our Facebook Live. This is my late party, Savage K, Cancer Fighter, featuring the late JD Crutch. It's a mashup. Remix! Gone with the Wind. 7:27, Tuesday, March 23rd. The show's proudly, and I mean proudly, like super proud, East-West Rental, IT&E Carrier for all my aircon babies, 647 Cool. You know, this weather that we're having the last couple of days, this is what I call the aircon tester, right? Especially depending on the situation of where your house is facing, right? So, for example, my place, it's like cool in the morning, but then in the afternoon, the sun is like coming in through the front sliding window and all that, right? Yeah. Because, you know, it goes, that's how it works, guys. That's how it works. The sun, it goes like that. So it's an aircon tester, right? And Carrier, if this weather is testing your aircon and your aircon is failing, guess what? You're one of my people. You are an aircon baby. Okay, call 647-COOL. All right, and Carrier. They'll keep you cool. You're already cool, but you know what? You could always be cooler. We all could be a little cooler. 647-COOL. If you're not a speller, it's 647-2665.
but I know all of our listeners can spell cool. Also brought to you by IT&E Cabo Enterprises. Dr. Ho Wen is coming up. He's the Physicians Advisory Group Chair. We've also got Here's to Your Health with the American Medical Center Clinic. Jason handles that. It's a great interview. They've been talking about stretching the last couple segments.
Yeah, so two weeks ago, the doctors over at New Gen Physical Therapy were telling us about how to, young people and student athletes getting back on the court and on the field, how they can keep their bodies in shape and not avoid injury. And last week they were telling us about taking care of Monumco. So really, really good tips.
Yeah, great stuff. Then we're getting Mark Scott of the Guam Guard as they've dropped the vaccination eligibility from 40 to 16. So basically, anyone over 16 can now get the vaccine if you haven't got it already. What are you waiting for?
You also need to have parental
Consent.
Yeah, consent.
Yeah. Bring a note from your mommy and daddy or your guardian, your legal guardian.
Yeah, I believe they have to be present.
Yeah. Oh, they got to be present. Okay. So there you go. We'll get Mark on to talk about all that stuff. Coming up here as the Guard is really the execution end of the vaccination effort.
But don't forget there are private clinics
Yeah.
that are available. You want me to read that? Let me just read that
Okay.
list so people know.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Adult Healthcare Clinic, Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, IHP Medical Group, American Medical Center, and I apologize, my computer just went down, so I don't have the list. We'll post the list.
Yeah.
My laptop
let's
just
just
went
knock out Dr. Hoa real quick because we have Dr. Ann, and that's going to be like variant, like a deep dive. Doc, good morning. Unmute. Hi. Good morning, doctor.
Okay, hi guys.
Hey, the doctor is in. All right. Doc, so just AMC, right, where we've lowered the vaccination eligibility to 16 years of age. Are you guys anticipating a big turnout, and what are you seeing on like the appointment end of this? Because we know we're doing UOG Cabo Fieldhouse with the Guard, but then also there are, I believe, over 20 different other sites, clinics, pharmacies where people can get vaccinated. So on the AMC side, what are you guys anticipating today?
Yeah, I think we already have a lot of phone call already for the walk-in and to get the vaccine. So I'm going to have to make sure there's a meeting this morning that Public Health will release the vaccine to the clinic because there's going to be a lot of demand in the clinic side to get vaccinated. So this week and next week, we'll probably anticipate a lot of demand, a lot of appointments for the vaccination.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be interesting.
And we know we only got a little time, so just from the Physicians Advisory Group standpoint, this path to half, I know that we're looking at May, 50% of the population being vaccinated to reopen tourism. Doc, pretty ambitious. How doable is it?
It's doable if we have the supply. So hopefully, in April, that we have to supply to finish the second dose and also give the first dose to reach the 50% mark. But again, it's all about supply. So we have demand. Just that I know they put in the order for the end of March for April batch, and we get there. I think we will pass more than 50% of the population vaccinated by the end of April. So we doing okay. And we have May and June to go. So hopefully by July that we have enough supply to get us to 70% of the population. So hopefully if we can do that, we have a Liberation Day near normal anyway.
Doc, what else is there left for the Physicians Advisory Group to talk about?
We have to talk about really firm up the plan that we're going to open the island to our incoming passenger that have no quarantine. That process is on the surface, but we have to really tighten it up to make sure that we have people to track people.
So, Doc, can you?
There's still a lot of work to do for the opening.
Doc, can you talk about the California variant and the 7 cases that were reported out of the press conference yesterday?
You know, as they release it, you know, you have 7 person that have the California variants, which is about 20% more infective than the current COVID-19 strain. But as you can see, our CAR score is still very low, so there's several factors that can probably contribute to that. Is that, you know, the people that are symptomatic that went in to get the test done, they did a very good job of isolate themselves against the community. And so I think that our people learn to do that, so that's a great thing. So they're not going around and we don't see that much spread in the community at all. You know, as you can see, our CAR score is still very low in the past few days. It's at 0 positive, so it's good. And the hospital is like 1, so we do very well.
And do you are you able to kind of explain the 3 different classifications, I guess, from the CDC on the variant of interest, the variant of concern, and the variant of high consequence? Or
well, we also got Dr. Ann.
Dr. Ann come on board. I don't want to.
Okay, we'll ask Dr. Ann.
But again, you know, they have 3 in the quarantine and 4 in the community. You know, those are symptomatic patients. So if you know, but again, you know, it's a process isolation and contact tracing. If they do correctly, they can be, you know, contained pretty well. And again, my head's to the people that get sick and that they isolate themselves, and that's why we don't see any surge in the community on those variants at this point. I think when they continue to do that, to do a quarantine until we have at least people vaccinated and protected. So again, you know, the message to people is that even you vaccinated, you know, I keep telling them that, hey, you still need to use the 3W. And you know, the key role to vaccination is to decrease the severity of the illness and the risk of dying, but doesn't mean that you won't get it. But so still try to protect themselves by get vaccinated, okay, and still keep distance to people. If you feel sick, you still need to get tested if you feel sick.
Okay. Are you aware in any of the discussions you've had with the Physicians Advisory Group that if we achieve this path to half the 50% by May 1 and we change our quarantine protocols, etc., do you know if there's going to be any change in the P Corps or the lifting of the public health emergency declaration?
You know, the last P4 is P4, and that's something that currently we don't have the treatment yet. You know, really everything's supportive care for people who have COVID-19. So, you know, we really have to define when we go back to near normal P4 and get out of the pandemic emergency. You know, we're almost there. I think once that we have the 75% of our island, 70% of our island vaccinated, you know, then you can comfortably say that, hey, we are see the light, and we probably could talk about back to new normal again, been off the people to people 4. But we got to get that solid 70% of our island vaccinated, and that's something doable by July. Like I said, President Biden has promised that there's enough vaccine out there for everybody. You know, if they want to have it. So hopefully, again, May, June is a key part for us to push the island to get vaccinated. And the Guards do a beautiful job of doing it. And so if we continue to do the same thing we do, then we again beat the probably the number one, number two spot in the nation for as a safe place to be. And again, I heard percent agree on CDC still not advised to travel to Guam, but I think we continue to do what we do. That level will continue to go down.
So is that a probably not until we achieve herd immunity?
Right now, if we continue to do what we do, I think the next round of CDC evaluation, we should go down to level 2, at least, So I think that we might meet the criteria already to go down to one more level. So I think that we're going to try to request them again to reevaluate our level in the next 2 weeks or so.
What about the senior centers, Doc?
The senior center, I thought the public health are trying to take care of that with the vaccination. But once they vaccinate, I think it's okay for them to open. I mean, at some point, like I said, we need to have some social distance. And wear the mask, and they should be okay. The school are down now to 3 feet, around 6 feet. So we'll slowly open up as we get vaccinated.
Doc, is the Johnson & Johnson vaccine available at the private clinics?
No, probably not. I think for right now, it's not available at UOG, and you have to, like I say, it's reserved for the homebound to senior center. And if you really want to have it, you have to go through a certain application to make sure that there's a reason why you meet the Johnson & Johnson. Because there's very few of them. I understand that we get less than 2,000 coming in. That be most efficiently used on people that don't have no access to the clinic.
So is there, because people are here on our chat saying that it's for the prisoners and homeless people.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure that the homeless people I agree with, the homebound I agree with, the people that have no access to care I agree with, but no, I didn't make the decision for the prisoner. I mean, this basically you have people in one place already. I don't see why you can go back to do the first dose and then the second dose. I didn't make the decision, but to me, it should be for the homebound, the homeless, and the people who have no access to care. That should be our priority.
Okay.
Right on, Doc.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, again, get vaccinated. Really highly encouraged. A lot of people are still, not a lot, but quite a few people are still reluctant to have it. From the clinic-wise, I asked the provider, physician, to make sure you talk to the patient, put everything there on the table, and encourage the patient to have it. Protect them, protect the community, and protect their family. So I highly encourage everyone to get vaccinated.
Doc, just real quick, I refresh our memory. What's the window from having COVID to being able to get any of the vaccine shots?
Okay. So if you have the COVID and you turn positive for the test, the recommendation right now is 3 months.
3 months. Okay.
After you have COVID?
After you have COVID, yes.
Okay.
Because technically you're supposed to have immunity somewhat for about 90 days, so about 3 months, and then you can get the vaccine. Can you get it before? Yes, you can. But when if there's ample supply out there, you can get it. But right now, with the shortage, we can comfortably say that you can wait 3 months and let other people that have other priority go ahead of you, because you technically are still protected.
Thank you, Doc.
Okay.
Thanks.
Right on.
You're
Appreciate it.
welcome,
Be
guys.
safe. There you go, Dr. Hall Wen of the Physicians Advisory Group.
Be safe.
You too, Doc.
Be safe.
Bye-bye.
7:43. Let's keep it in the KUAM News Zoom room. Joining us via Zoom, but it says she's having some what? Lighting video. Anyway, Dr. Ann Pobutsky.
We still got her on audio, though.
We do have her. Yes, she's there. Doc, good morning.
Morning.
Thanks for joining us.
Sure.
Hi,
What's up?
Are you able to break down the CDC categories for the variants, the three different categories from variant of interest, variant of concern, and variant of high consequence?
Yes, those are the terms that the CDC has used to categorize. As you know, we sent samples to the CDC in January and February. Again, these are samples. They were trying to get a variety of samples. We had some from travelers from the Philippines, some from travelers from other places in the QFAC, as well as local samples. These samples had to meet the criteria for the CDC that the CDC establishes for the sequencing. So out of those 49 samples that we submitted, 26 came back with results the other day, and 7 out of the 26 were variants of concern. They were all the California B1.
I'm sorry, variants of concern or variants of interest?
Maybe I don't know off the top of my head. Hang on.
Okay.
These are variants of concern.
Okay.
Okay. B1429 from California. There's no evidence we have at this time that we have any other variants. We're not seeing anything from Brazil or South Africa or the other variant from California. So that's all we know. We should have another report soon from the other samples that we submitted. The other thing to realize is that this is a process that's been established by the CDC, and we're going to get more and more of these reports because they're on top of doing the molecular sequencing. On the other hand, we hope, we just submitted a grant last week, public health grant to the CDC, where we have requested getting some of these molecular sequencing machines at the lab. So we might be able to be doing this on our own here on Guam in the next 6 months. But in the meantime, we will be submitting samples to CDC and getting these kind of regular reports about what we see here. On the other hand, our numbers are low, so that's good. We don't want to see a surge of anything, but the sampling depends on, what they're collecting and what they're sending to the CDC. So again, it's just a sample.
And
we don't have a wastewater surveillance yet. We're trying to do that. We're trying to get a machine to do wastewater surveillance. On the call I was on earlier, Missouri was talking about in their samples, they were only seeing about 7 to 10% of a particular variant in the cases, but they were seeing 30% in their wastewater. So this is just one of many surveillance strategies that we have here in conjunction with the CDC.
Can you explain the wastewater surveillance a little more, Doc?
It's basically what it sounds like, surveillance of wastewater, where they take samples from the different sewage stations to see what's circulating in the sewage, because people shed virus in their feces. And again, we tried to do this 6 months ago. We didn't have, we weren't organized enough to get it going, but we did submit in this recent grant monies for such machines to monitor the wastewater. Mm-hmm. A lot of other communities are doing this throughout the U.S. And that can be used in the future, not just for COVID or SARS-CoV. Yep.
Back to that, the molecular testing, is that kind of the same as the genomic testing?
I don't know enough about. I assume so. They're testing for the particular gene of the variant.
Genomic sequencing, I mean.
Yes, and I don't know enough about molecular sequencing. You're going to have to get somebody else to talk about that. But basically,
we're trying. We're trying.
Excuse me?
So what did you mean then about this molecular? Did you say molecular testing or molecular sequencing? Sequencing. Okay, and that's to help determine the variant.
Yes, the different strains of the virus.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you're saying that we might have the ability to do that
in the future.
In the future.
Yes, in the future.
Okay.
If they approve the budget and everything for that, for wastewater.
Mm-hmm. So for
and
this,
of course, at the time, we still do molecular. That we're sending our samples to the CDC.
Mm-hmm. And so you said that we sent some from February, but the results and the findings that we were told about during the press conference yesterday, as I understand, I thought it was just just from January. So we're still waiting for February. And just
but given what we know about Guam and our travelers here, I don't know if we'd expect to see Brazil or South Africa. It's what we expected to see. We get a lot of travel here from California and from the U.S., the continental U.S. So I'm more interested in seeing what the sequencing results are for the samples from the Philippine travelers.
Mm-hmm.
Doc, I remember when we had, back when Dr. Cabrera was coming on, we had him on and he had said that they also sent samples from the second surge. Do you know anything about those? Because I'm looking at the press conference and it says they received results from 26 of 49 samples.
Yes. And the question is, I do not know. I just know that what we submitted was January and February. They do have samples in the freezers. Those samples might not have met the criteria for submitting to CDC. They have some stuff that's stored in the freezer. I suggest you get Anne Marie Santos from the Public Health Lab to come on and talk about that.
Mm-hmm. And so this B1, this California variant, I'm just looking at the CDC website. It says 20% increased transmissibility, significant impact on neutralization by some but not all EUA therapeutics, moderate reduction in neutralization using convalescent and post-vaccination sera. Can you explain what that means?
No.
Oh. Okay.
Not without getting it wrong. We just know that this particular variant, yes, it has increased transmissibility, and that's pretty much it. But we do know that the vaccine seems to work against this particular variant.
Mm-hmm. There was something
I don't know. I do not know enough about how that works. You're going to have to talk to an MD or a biochemist or somebody like that.
Okay. Yeah, because I think during the press conference, it was maybe Dr. Mike Cruz and even Dr. Cabrera were talking about like Bamlani, VMOB,
yeah,
and some of the Remdesivir.
Yeah, Doc, let me just ask, 'cause, most of the people talking about this press conference yesterday and this new information about these samples are coming away with the takeaway that doesn't even matter because we're getting told that, we've got this variant here that's way more transmissible, it's very catching, but we just don't have the numbers to support that conclusion. So people are kind of like, okay. And, meanwhile, we're marching forward. So would you agree that is the takeaway from this press conference is that, we have the variants, but it's not a big deal?
Yeah. And again, we need to vaccinate our population because we know that the vaccines provide protection from these, from very severe sickness. So that's why we're moving to vaccinate everybody and get to herd immunity because vaccines offer some protection anyway. What we don't want to see is people dying and going into the hospital and that sort of thing.
Right.
So and I don't know enough about the details of how the vaccine works and how it works on the different variants. You're going to have to get someone else to come on and talk about that. But we do know that the vaccine offers protection, some protection, and it's probably it's better to get vaccinated because then you're less at risk for severe illness, even if you get infected.
Right. No, I agree. That's the plan. We have to protect ourselves. We have to get vaccinated, and we should be racing to get the vaccine. But I just for me, I just wanted to know more information about what is this new variant.
Yeah, I guess
just so I know.
Yeah.
What are the different levels? The variant of interest, the variant of concern, and the variants of high consequence. Just so people are informed.
The ones of high concern are the ones that are coming out of other places like Brazil and South Africa, and because they're produce more severe illness. I suggest if you really want to know the details about that, you can get a virologist to come on.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, it would be nice to have like the Surgeon Cell or Dr. Felix Cabrera as well on, since they were speaking at the press conference. But Dr. Cabrera refuses to come back on the show. So, hello, Dr. Cabrera. We'd like you on the show to kind of break down this information that you threw out at the press conference. Anyway.
Well, I'm sure he's busy. I'm sure you can ask him. He's really busy. I see that. Yeah. He's crazy busy. Yeah. We're all still busy.
Well, thank you for your time, Doc. I guess from an epidemiologist standpoint, what can you tell us about the variant and its impact on Guam?
That seems to be Guam's okay. We might have this California variant, but it's a variant of concern. It's not a variant of high concern. And I think we're in good shape right now as long as we keep vaccinating everybody and we keep these kind of travel restrictions, because our biggest problem has always been people bringing it in. Again, out of the 7 samples, 3 were travelers, 4 were people who were local, but we don't know if they had travel or not. I think some of those samples came from mass screening. Mm-hmm. We have no known travel.
Right, that's where they said the community.
Right. And this is a small sample. It's a small sample of what's going on. And we should get another report soon. And hopefully we'll be able to do this on our own, not just for SARS-CoV, but for other stuff in the future, to do molecular sequencing of variants of concern of other diseases.
Right on.
All right, thanks.
Thanks,
Doc. We'll try and get that virologist or...
virologist. Do you guys have a virologist?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Now calling all I'm gonna shoot a bat signal up for. Well, let us know if you get one.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on something. You know, the Joint Information Center, they had pushed out a release a couple weeks ago regarding, they had changed the number of COVID casualties. I think it was bumped up by 2. Because there was some, research or something being conducted, or reviews of the COVID or fatalities or deaths or something like that.
Yeah.
Do you have any information about that evaluation and
yes.
why?
Yes. As the numbers grew lower, we decided to do a death review, which is review of all the death certificates from all of the COVID-related deaths. And we found that some had not listed COVID as a cause of death. And so we asked the various people involved. Sometimes it's the medical examiner or the hospital pathologist or another MD who was on the case to reevaluate and reassess based on the more complete information we have gotten. Sometimes the medical examiner doesn't get all the hospital and MD notes. And sometimes the hospital people aren't apprised of, say, a diagnosis that somebody might have had that when they went into the hospital. So we basically did a death review, and we still have 2 cases under review. Right. And that's what bumped up our numbers slightly. And it might bump up again. We're still waiting on the last 2 cases, and that'll bring us up to date on a death review. This is very common to do this sort of thing. And death certificates are amended all the time, depending on new information that people get.
Correct. Doc, I wanted to ask, because there was a story that I had covered, I want to say in the early part of the pandemic, a 10-year-old boy whose death certificate had listed, what is that condition, Bree? It's a COVID condition. It's
MISC.
Right.
Multi-inflammatory syndrome.
And so this 10-year-old boy had that was listed as the cause of death on his death certificate, and it was also, I think, a determination made by Dr. who comes on this show a lot. And then later, the determination had been made that, he didn't die from that, and they had changed it. And so when I was looking into it, the response I got was, like you had said, that happens all the time. They change the death certificate, and it's totally normal. So is that particular case being reviewed, Doc?
That case was viewed a long time ago, and I believe it was determined not to be MISC because I don't know the details off the top of my head, but there was that was reviewed early on because it was a case that was concerning.
Right.
No, these more recent cases are within the last several months.
Okay.
And one, I believe, that was older in the fall that did not have COVID-19 listed, but it was being counted as a case already.
You know what I'm...
Sometimes it takes a while to get the death certificates too. Sometimes it takes weeks and months to get death certificates. So we really don't know. And no, I don't think death certificates are amended all the time, but it does happen. It's common. It's not 9 out of 10. You know, it's more like 1 out of 10 maybe or less. But it does happen.
What about
That's normal.
What about deaths prior to the public health emergency declaration? Are we looking at any? Because you've seen this in other jurisdictions where they start looking at deaths before the pandemic. It's like, oh my God, people were dying of COVID before we even knew about the COVID. Is there any review planned for maybe deaths in January, February, March timeframe of 2020?
We are examining all the deaths from 2020. We are just doing an assessment, and we're coding the data and everything. Yes, we are looking at that.
Okay. You good, Bree? Thank you, Doc. Appreciate your time. I know you're very busy, so we value every second.
If you want the specific expert, get the specific expert.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to address this specific expert stuff for you guys. Always try and be as open and transparent as we can. But I feel like there's a certain obligation, a certain responsibility from the Department of Public Health and Social Services to provide information, especially when they have a press conference where they put out information that only makes people have more questions. And while we've enjoyed a pretty good working relationship with the director, Mr. Artson Augustine, and even the PIO, Janela Carrera, it just hasn't really been consistent for us. And we understand, like Dr. Ann said, everybody's busy, but informing the public has got to be right there at the front of everything that we do. Or else we might as well just go back to the earlier stage of the pandemic where no one knew anything. We just didn't know what's going on. So while you guys have all these questions about the variant, I'm trying my damnedest to get the people on the show who can answer the questions. And one of the main people who can answer those questions is Dr. Felix Cabrera. As you may recall, was with the Physicians Advisory Group for much of the pandemic, and then he was hired on at the Department of Public Health and Social Services as the Chief Medical Officer. And let's be honest, good morning, Mrs. Cabrera, by the way, if you're listening, because his mom's a big fan of the show. Let's just be honest, it has been a rough ride for him. Right when people found out how much he was making, which is $268,000, I mean, of course, people were saying, oh, it's because he's, was just echoing everything the governor said. It was a reward, whatever, right? You got the job, okay. When you got the job, you got to do the job. We're not saying that he's not doing the job, right? But it's been rough. And so he went from that to this whole thing with Dr. Shea, right? Which we had nothing to do with. I didn't ask him crap about Dr. Shea. He went and brought it up on his own. We asked him about this case with this false positive, and he went from answering the question to like veering off and really just going on this rant about Dr. Tom Shea and how he's a menace to society. You guys know, right? But I didn't like force him to say those things. We didn't have anything to do with him saying those things. He went off on his own because he was hurt about it, which I understand. We all get hurt, right? We do. I get it. You're hurt because they made memes about you. Welcome to public service. Sorry. But guess what? At the end of the day, you still got to do the thing. And if you've been consistently coming on and informing the public, I just got to say, Dr. Cabrera, people, they value what you say. And there's a certain obligation as a public servant to be consistent. Especially at that level. You're making that much money, you can't spare time to come on the show? Especially at a time where, as you can see, people have so many questions, and when we're getting public health is giving us Dr. Ann, and she's like, oh, I can't answer that. You got to get Dr. Cabrera. It just doesn't sit well with me that you're going to go and bring up this stuff about Dr. Shea, and then for whatever reason decide to just abandon ship on the people of Guam because you were butthurt about this whole thing. I'm sorry that happened. But let it be a lesson to all the doctors that you just got to quit squabbling with each other and do the work. And so, yeah, I've reached out to Dr. Cabrera a ton of times since this Dr. Shea thing and either get ignored or, blown off. And so we're making the effort to get you guys the people that you need to answer the questions that you want to know the answers to. We really are. But sometimes the personalities that we got to deal with, and again, I get it. You're hurt about it, but we got to put on our big boy pants. Because people want to know. And I feel like it's built up so much in him that if he comes on and he's going to ask about, of course we're going to ask about the complaint. That's just public life. You're a public employee. It's all public. But if this complaint isn't going anywhere, then fine. Just say that. We move on from that. How many times have we had something happen with someone who comes on the link, something controversial? They come on, we ask them about it because that's just what we do. We're going to ask the questions that have to be asked because we take it serious. So once you answer that, there's really nothing we could do. You answer it, fine. Okay, let's get on to what about this damn variant? Yeah, so it's just a little frustrating. It is, because you go on these press conferences and it's still not clear. And obviously this is like deep dive medical stuff, genomic sequencing. Sequencing. What is it, Jay? Genomic. I can't even say it right. Sorry, I got a GED.
Genomic sequencing.
Yeah, so it's a deep dive into some stuff that, frick, we can't explain it. So you have an obligation to come on and come out to the public as the chief medical officer. And I'm pretty sure now he's never going to come on after this, but I'm just saying, guys, I just want you to know that we're trying because we take it serious and we know that there's questions you guys have that we want to ask. And the government of Guam, especially Department of Public Health and Social Services, should be making these people available because there's a lot of issues with the PIO. Sometimes public health can't say anything because the governor's office wants to be the one to say it. So we already got to deal with all this political nonsense about who's going to say what. Oh, if it's good news, then the governor has to say it. But if it's bad news, go ahead, public health, you can say it. So that's all I'm saying is behind the scenes, we're trying to get you guys the info. And again, I feel like for Dr. Cabrera, and I'm just grabbing at straws here maybe, but for Dr. Cabrera, he came on and he was like, I'm going to file a complaint and we're going to go after him. Those were his words. Go after a doctor who is making memes. Don't you got anything better to do? Yeah, we got a whole pandemic to do. And so when we had the governor on, the governor was basically like, what complaint? Huh? No complaint. There's no complaint. So that told me, read the writing on the wall, was they probably said, hey, Dr. Cabrera, it's not really a good look for the government to be going after a private individual for things they say that are critical about the pandemic response. Whether or not you agree with Dr. Shea, that's the First Amendment, right? It is a slippery slope because you are the government and he is a private citizen. And you, in your government capacity, said that you were going to go after a private citizen for the things that he said, which is just dangerous. Totally dangerous. So, of course, they're not going to back this complaint because it's just a bad look all around. And I get that it's like you run from the grenade. This whole Shea Cabrera issue was a grenade, and you just want to put as much time between that and your next, interview or whatever, which is fine. And if there's complaints not going anywhere, and I told him that, I was like, well, just answer the question and move on, dude. Anyway, I just want to let you guys know because we want to be honest with you. And with Dr. Ann saying, oh, you got to get the relevant expert, she doesn't know the whole backstory, but so that's why I'm sharing with you guys. Yeah, we know that we got to get the relevant expert. But Dr. Mike Cruz doesn't want it. He hasn't come on for the whole pandemic. And now we're having these issues with Dr. Cabrera. So if there's a relevant expert out there who doesn't have an issue with explaining things to the public, let us know. We'll shoot you the Zoom link.
Right. And I was also hoping that in the Joint Information Center report, it would have more information about the variant. But there wasn't anything in it.
Because they're glossing over it. Because basically, like I said, they're like, yeah, we got the Cali variant. Yeah, it's a high transmission, but don't worry, because we're cool. But that's not what...
If there is nothing to be concerned about, then put it in the Joint Information Center report.
Yeah. But when you call a press conference about the variant, then guess what? People are going to have questions about the variant. And we've been tracking this issue from the beginning with Dr. Cabrera, no less. He was coming on saying, hey, we're sending these samples. They've been sent off. We're waiting for the results. It was a question we asked every time he came on. So we're all invested in this variant issue, and I just feel like you can't come and drop a variant bomb on the people of Guam and then not make yourself available to talk about it and answer just the questions that it's not even about us. Yeah, okay, we're the media, but it's about you guys out there, the people of Guam who want to know about this variant and its impact. I mean, really, it was in January, but don't worry because we're okay. We have low numbers. That's what we're getting. I mean, there are other samples that they sent that we're still waiting for. Anyway, thank you guys, okay? It's frustrating, especially at that level. I mean, to make almost $300,000 and just not make yourself available, I get it. We turned the page on the shade thing. It was, unfortunately, and I felt like it was embarrassing for both of them, but maybe more for Dr. Cabrera. But, I mean...
All right, so basically here's what we know. There is 7 variants, and it's classified as a variant of concern. The CDC has 3 different levels. It's the variant of interest, the variant of concern, and the variant
of high consequence.
Right, and so as you heard from Dr. Ann,
yes,
that it is a variant of concern. It is the California variant, all 7. These are from the samples that were sent to the CDC for genomic sequencing in January. So on the CDC website, variant of concern. It's a variant for which there is evidence of an increase in transmissibility, more severe disease, increased hospitalizations or deaths, significant reduction in neutralization by antibodies generated during previous infection or vaccination, reduced effectiveness of treatments or vaccines, or diagnostic detection failures.
Right. And then from the press conference yesterday, the governor had said that we received the results of 26 of 49 samples, and here's what we know. 7 of these samples have the California variant, a variant that's known to be, like Sabrina said, 20% more transmissible. Of the 7, 4 came from samples within the community. These 4 individuals have no known travel history. The remaining individuals came from testing in our quarantine facility. Even with the California variant, and this was the spin, if you will, even with the California variant in our community, our COVID-19 response has remained robust. But with the numbers under control, the administration is pressing forward with plans to further open the economy. And that's the takeaway that we keep saying is that, variant, no biggie. But it doesn't really fly with the people. I mean, if it's no biggie, they want to know, give us multiple reasons why, right? And I guess what they're holding up is that we've got the low numbers, and that's it.
Right. And what's important is that we need to continue our efforts to get our community vaccinated, because that is our main line of defense. They've lowered the eligibility criteria to 16 and older. That is effective immediately. So if you can, go online and register on Eventbrite. The tiny
URL.
tinyurl.com/vaccinate GU March MAR 23-27.
Right on. That's it. 8:12. Thank you, guys. We're going to take a break real quick. We're at KUAM FM Agotni Guam on the breeze. It's just one part of the whole multimedia broadcast extravaganza. From the show that brought you Wash Your Hands, Stay Home, right? We're not haters over here. We're not. We were hand in hand. I mean, we practically held hands with Dr. Cabrera through the whole pandemic, right? Our messaging was responsible. We were telling, stay home, do what you got to do, wash your hands. Yeah, it's the link way back since containing COVID. Thank you guys. I know a lot of you guys have been along for this pandemic ride with us. We definitely appreciate it. It's 8:13. We'll take a quick break and come back with more Next, good morning.
Make it through the week with
GU
Mondays.
Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus, gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
KUM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Join KUAM and Punta Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass series schedule.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday seafood sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
Through the month of April, KUM News and the KUM Care Force features Sustainability Matters, building awareness for environmental issues, highlighting activists, and showcasing businesses and individuals making a difference in our community. Watch a special series on Mondays on KUM News featuring different aspects of thinking green in our community. Awareness messages on every platform giving you tips for leading a more sustainable lifestyle. The Dirty Politics Weekly feature with the link live on location with Chris and Sabrina visiting different villages with political leaders and addressing environmental problems in our community. And this year, the Think Green annual cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam, and we'll feature your cleanup on our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability Matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
yours are having a fantastic island day wherever in the world you are watching us right now. I'm Jason Salas, and I'm joined in the KUM News Zoom room right now for our Here's to Your Health segment by New Gen Physical Therapy Dr. Leonard Campos. Hopefully Dr. Luan Nguyen is going to join us momentarily. Interesting topic we had last week, Doc. So first of all, I see you're on the road, and safely pulled over. So thanks for
yes.
Thanks for giving us a moment of your time while you are in transit. I wanted to kind of say, 2 weeks ago we talked about the services that you and your colleagues provide for young people. We talked about students, athletes, preventing injuries, dealing with maybe some of the sedentary things that young people have dealt with over the last year, being cooped up at home. And then last week, of course, we talked about some of the preventative health practices you have for our island's beloved Manamco, the elder generation. How much of your business load do you actually see kind of from the demographic in the middle?
Quite a few, quite a lot actually in the middle. We do get our pediatrics with their pediatric department, and the Manamco is our largest growing population all over the world. Mm-hmm. So we do get a hefty amount of that population. But the everyday worker and the 8 to 5 worker is a large population, as well as our vets. So we're seeing, it's nice. We're seeing a lot of people go back to work, but what I'm also seeing at the office that I want to bring up is a lot of neck and shoulder pain now, as people are settling into their work schedules. They're getting back to full days. They've been off for extended amount of time at home, working from their own workstations, and now they're having to get back into their workstation at work. And we're just seeing a lot of complaints of neck and shoulder pain, maybe some pain going to the arms and things like that.
Mm. Doc, are you a big proponent of like the standing desks? I mean, I knew they were all the rage, like starting with a couple years ago. You saw the Facebook ads like all over the place. One or two of my colleagues here at KUM actually bought some, and they said it was like a game changer for them. Is there any science to actually show that this actually can improve the quality of your life and of your physical self?
Yeah, so that's an interesting topic. Standing desk. Back in the 80s, probably they used to say sitting was the worst thing. So they came up with standing desk, and now in the 90s and 2000s, people are saying, well, standing is going to give you some back pain. Really, I think the issue is static positions, not moving is the issue. So what the standing desk allows you to do is to go from sitting to standing. So it allows you to move every hour and a half. So I think that's the big thing is we got to get moving. We're not meant to sit idly for 8 hours. Our body needs to move. That's how we keep our joints nice and happy, keep our body nice and happy and pain-free. Mm-hmm. So standing desk allows you to go from sitting to standing, just gives you a way to move. But not everyone can afford those. I have a nice one I got a while back. It's pretty heavy because I got it when it first came out, and I love it. But not everyone's going to be able to afford it realistically, and not everybody's employer will be able to buy it for them. So, there's a lot of easy things you could do right at your desk. Takes about 1 minute to 2 minutes just to get your neck moving, your shoulders moving, get you out of this flex seated position. That goes a long way as well. Mm-hmm. That's what we recommend about every hour to 2 hours to kind of move with some sort of exercise or stand up or sit down.
Okay. There are a ton of apps right now. Like I'm happily a Fitbit owner. I've had it for like 10 years now and everything like that. And I actually enabled a little feature that says, at least once every 60 minutes, it sends me like a little notification. It's like, hey, get up, move around, have 12 ounces, have a glass of water, hydrate, and everything like that. Those little things, they add up, and they actually have really improved my quality of life. I mean, I must say, as ridiculous as it sounds, like that little thing just nagging at me and everything like that has really made a difference in positive ways.
Hey, you see it all over. Even in our big healthcare systems, in our big medical hospitals, Kaiser Permanentes, all these big groups, they get messages every hour to get up, move, stretch, and it's built into the workflow. Mm-hmm. You see this in big corporations and the biotech companies in Silicon Valley. So, it really does make a big difference to move every hour. It keeps your body happy, and happy workers are usually very productive. So, yeah, it's good on the employer side to kind of promote that kind of culture in your company, and we really recommend it to everybody.
All right.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I want to kind of capitalize on the fact that you are in your car right now, and it just hit me. I was like, how much of your of the patients that you currently see, or you have inquiries of people calling up New Gen, are people saying, not only is it like have the past couple of months been like a return to the workforce, as you said, but people are now in what we might consider on Guam to be gridlock. Even though we don't have like LA style traffic and everything like that, they're actually in their cars for longer than we've been accustomed to over the last year. Does that kind of like sitting nature, you have very limited movement, of course, when you're operating a car. Are you seeing any sort of people with afflictions because of that?
Yeah, when you sit in a car a lot, those individuals tend to complain a lot about a lower back pain, maybe some pain in the butt, like sciatica, maybe some neck pain.
Mm-hmm.
So you definitely see it. I find in my my clients that really drive a lot, like maybe truck drivers and things like that, though, since we are smaller in size on the island, they're getting out of their trucks or their vehicles maybe every hour or so, every hour and a half, just because they get from A to B faster.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in a place like continental U.S. where you could drive for hours at end to your next location, that could definitely be a big issue. And when I worked in the mainland, we definitely had a lot of truck drivers and things like that. But the heavy equipment workers, you're right. They tend to come in with a lot of back pains and things like that from jumping up on the rigs, jumping off, and then sitting there for long times. We still recommend, move every hour to 2 hours. Last thing you want is your employees or you yourself to be out of work or not be able to work because of these things. It's not good for anybody in that situation. So that quick 1 minute to 2 minutes of just moving around, changing positions goes a long way to keeping you productive and in your job, being able to perform for a longer time.
Okay. Now, I do want to ask you, Doc, if you can be maybe a little bit of a myth buster, because I know you're a doctor of physical therapy. I'm not sure about how much maybe chiropractic work or, if you collaborate or do referrals with your colleagues on that side of the medical spectrum. But for those of us who, like we're sitting at a desk for a long time, or we're in a car, or, we're in some sort of work environment where, we are sitting and, we may have that little shoulders and neck and backache and everything like that. Is it okay to, routinely pop our back, crack the neck, crack the knuckles and everything like that? Or do you kind of like shy away from that? Or is there something else we can do to get that relief?
Yeah, so great question on manipulations and popping joints and things like that. I get it quite a bit at the office. And, really when you're popping a joint or you're hearing that cavitation, as they call it, in reality, they've looked at this under X-ray, and you're creating a negative air pocket in the joint synovial fluid, and the sound is the collapse of it. So from a physical therapist standpoint, we would say you've shaken up all that juice in there, the fluid, and when you bathe the joint surfaces, it makes it feel good. It feels good. There's an analgesic effect.
Mm-hmm.
So there's nothing necessarily wrong with manipulating or cracking your knuckles. I would say I wouldn't do it at extreme because, before there used to be a lot of talk about how that might cause some arthritic changes in the fingers and things like that. But for the spine, for the most part, if it feels good and it's not hurting you, I don't really see anything too bad with it. But I always say, just like a massage makes you feel good, if you're not addressing the issue why you even needed the massage, then you're just always going to need a massage. You're always going to need to crack your neck, your back. So we are, on my side, I go, well, why do we even need to feel like that? Maybe we should work on those issues. You can go ahead and do all these things, but let's remedy the issue, not just cover them up or Band-Aid them over.
Okay. And Doc, final question, because, we it was announced by our friends over in the government now that to be eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine, you can now be 16 and up. And prior to that, it was 40 and up. Of course, you know this, you're in healthcare, but maybe from your scope of work as a healthcare practitioner, from people kind of in that age demographic of 17 to 39, what should that crowd be doing just to make sure that they can have their body in tip-top shape, and they can call you when they need information, or they have a question about what they should do, but hopefully to avoid prolonged or repeated doctor's visits and everything like that, as we return to work and hopefully continue to get more to a normal way of life. What can that crowd do to just make sure that they're taking care of themselves?
Yeah, we always like to look at it from multiple approaches, and staying healthy, eating right, doing all the nutritional things are great. From a physical therapy standpoint, exercising, it helps to boost the immune system. So light exercise will do that. Getting out into the sun is great. It's great for the body. We need that as long as we don't have any other issues preventing that. But getting in the sun, fresh air, exercising, those are great ways to keep your body and your mind healthy. So that way you won't feel sick. You could be nice and healthy and do all the things you want. As far as vaccinations and things like that, I leave that up to our medical advice from all of our physicians out there. And then, we just want to remember things are always changing here. So we have to be mindful of that. But From physical therapy, we promote you to stay active, get outside, get some sunshine, and that usually and eat nutritionally. And that should keep you out of my office for a lot of things.
Well, I got to tell you, Doc, I mean, I completely agree with you that, it is the trifecta of good health. You have mind, body, and spirit. And I may, try and get myself in a good mindset, think positive. And, there are health benefits to that. And I try and take care of myself, eat well, exercise. But it's also nice when I have like a friend like you, like a learned expert that I can just call on or, shoot an email to. And you can just say, okay, in my expert medical opinion, this is what you might want to do, or no, you'll be just fine. So if people want to hit you up at a NewGen, how can they find you?
You can find us online at newgen.gu. That's our same for our Facebook and Instagram handle. If you have any questions about health, wellness, let us know. We set up all these programs for companies and individuals at work, so we can do the health coaching, group fitness, and all those things. We can work out with the employer or you personally. So we just want to keep you happy and healthy. Add some fun to your days, if you will.
All right.
So check us out at our website or our Facebook.
All right, doing a fantastic job of it. And Dr. Leonard Campus, we always appreciate the insight that you bring to the show. I'll let you get back to work because I know it is drive time right now, and I don't want you to be stuck in your car too much and wind up blaming like lumbar soreness on me.
Yeah, watch out for that traffic on Route A. It's pretty backed up over there if everyone's driving around.
Well, thank you. We didn't know he was going to get a bonus traffic report in this thing, too. So.
Hey, he's a man of many talents today.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
All right, Doc.
I'll trade you for some of your Denancy.
Hey, did you record that? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thanks,
I
Doc.
follow you guys. Don't worry.
All right, Doc, drive safe. We'll see you next week.
Appreciate it.
All right, you have a good one. Bye.
Right on. You hear that? He
Your
wants my
Health
Denancy.
is presented by American Medical Center.
You have good Denancy. Can I just ask, right? Since we have the opportunity, what got you into the art
Really,
of,
Jay?
of Denancy making, and how long?
I like it hot.
No,
Who
but how
doesn't
long
like-
have you been into this?
It's been a few years.
Did you start when you were in your teens? Were you?
No, I didn't. I just started because I was like, I tried a Denancy that I didn't like, and I was like, man, I think I could make a Denancy, and then you just mess with it.
And was this like grandma's recipe, or you just
Nah.
completely of your own design?
I mean, it's not hard to figure out. It's just peppers and peppers. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
Nice. Well, you do.
But there's a lot of great Denancy makers out there, guys.
Yeah.
It's really cool. It's awesome because it's the Renaissance language, culture. It's also food. And so I love it when you go at any restaurant and they have Denancy. Every restaurant, there ought to be a law. Every restaurant should have Denancy and Finideni.
Under normal circumstances, Mangilao's Doni Festival is what
And rice.
month?
Huh?
Mangilao's Doni Festival is which month?
September?
Is it September?
I don't know. I forgot.
I think it's after summer, right?
Yeah.
Man, hopefully the island continues to get better, and we're going to be back to then because that is one of the best annual traditions here.
A lot of great festivals. Yep. I'm excited for when we can attend those and have them more than 23 at a time.
Agate Mango Festival.
Coconut Festival, Gani Heights, Banana Festival, Talafofo,
Molesto
Donny
Crab
Festival, Crab Festival, and Molesto. Inaran also has a Coconut Festival.
Is it Talafofo or Inaran has the Banana Festival?
That's Talafofo.
Talafofo, yeah.
Right.
Jigo has the
Citrus Festival. Yep. I've hosted all these except Banana Festival. I was busy that year, but yeah, so it's really great. We need to get more of these, and it was cool because that's what we were doing. Is villages were coming up with these different themed festivals, which are really cool for village pride, and also just because year-round growing season, there's so much to celebrate with all the foods that we can grow and.
And I want to give a shout out. Speaking about like the Village Fest, as we're now talking about, do you know, Chris, who's that family that owns like the little motorized train that goes around at like all the village festivals? They go from village to village. That's a family-owned business, and man, those guys work hard and they bring so much joy to people. You know what I'm talking?
Yeah.
Is it the Ada family or the Atoigui? It's right on the side of the train. I believe it starts with the letter A. But it's like something like Atoigui train or something like that. And the family runs it. They just take people all over the fairgrounds and everything like that. It's a blast for everybody.
Really good stuff.
Yeah.
It's 8:32, guys. We're going to take a really quick break, come back with some news, and then we got Anton Uggan, Behind Bars, DLC, Sergeant Tapal, Guam Police, all coming up here on The Link. Good morning.
unwanted.
Through the month of April, KUM News and the KUM Care Force features Sustainability Matters, building awareness for environmental issues, highlighting activists, and showcasing businesses and individuals making a difference in our community. Watch a special series on Mondays on KUM News featuring different aspects of thinking green in our community. Awareness messages on every platform giving you tips for leading a more sustainable lifestyle. The Dirty Politics Weekly feature with The Link live on location with Chris and Sabrina visiting different villages with political leaders and addressing environmental problems in our community. And this year, the Think Green annual cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam, and we'll feature your cleanup on our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability Matters, part of the KUM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday seafood sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
KUM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
the drums in this one.
It's a very well-produced song. I mean, it's
Yeah,
really,
it is.
really.
It's cool. Hey! Kind of reminds me of like Weezer, right?
Yeah.
But it's not. It's local music, you know, because we only play the local music here on the show. On the link. Brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, Carrier, IT&E. Good morning.
And when you say Surf the Bay, you're typically talking about
Telefovo Bay, yep.
Funny, nobody's ever made a song about like Rick's Reef.
It's that'll be a rougher song.
Yeah. Nice.
8:39, Tuesday, March 23rd. Some of the comments. Thank you to our Facebook Live viewers. F. Glenn writes, take a deep breath, Chris, at the blood pressure. I a day. Chamarita Regis writes, more chungi coming out of Chris's head. Chungi is gray hair, guys. I don't know if I could get more gray hair.
No, I think I have you beat right now. Mine is way more salt than pepper at this point.
What else do we have here? Thank you guys, though, for coming on. Bevtest J. Solis writes, the link for the people, by the people, with the people.
Thank you.
Angel P. Quintanilla Castro. Good morning, familia, and KUAM. Good morning on you. 8:39. Obviously, you could hear the frustration that we have. Really, nothing personal. Just trying to get info out to people who want and need it. And that's always a challenge, I mean, on any given day. But then there are those who have no issue with coming out and providing, details, the background, whatever pertinent and relevant information that is to be had and disseminated. One of those is our friend Mark Scott at the Guam Guard, whether it was the Cookie Gate thing or, the issues with the anonymous letters with the General Agagi or just, good news stuff. This guy has never turned us down to come on the show, which is, vital in his role as a public information and affairs officer with the Guam Guard. So, Mark, thank you for that.
Well, thank you too, Chris. And that's not to say I don't have gray hair coming out too, like you.
I think Sabrina gave you a few of those. So
yeah, our role here on the island is to serve, right? So what better way to serve than to just be honest about it, period.
Amen, brother. Right on. Thank you for your service.
Hua.
Who was it?
Is it
Hua.
Hua?
It's not. It's not. She's like Hua. No, it's not like that.
No, it's not. It's not Dr. Hoa. It's Hua.
Excuse me, Hua.
Wait, Mark. May I ask, Cap? Did you go to infantry school? Speaking of Hua.
No, I didn't. So when I branched officer, Jason, I went to Signal School. Signal is a communication school. We learn about radios, signal, networking, computers, cyber, stuff like that.
Yep,
Stuff
Signal
for
Corps.
smart people.
Yep.
Somehow, I don't know how they lumped me in with all those smart people.
Must have been some kind of administrative error.
Yes.
Right. It's 8:41. Mark Soda was texting me last night about this expanded vaccination category. I mean, expanded might even be an understatement because it was 40 and above, and just overnight it went to 16 and above. And obviously, people of Guam, they want the vaccine. The demand is high. So what are you guys anticipating this morning on the first day that people above the age of 16 could get vaccinated?
Yeah, Chris. So, we appreciate the governor taking an aggressive stance. It's a great idea to try to get as many vaccines in arms as possible. We need to get our island back to normalcy. It's been long enough, and we like it. So let's go. It might see a little bit more crowds today at the field house, starting today. There might be a little expectation for some longer wait times. But hey, that's all in the name of, working all together with all of our partners and the people of Guam to get it done. So you talk a little bit about expectation management. There might be anywhere from 50,000 or more people who became eligible overnight. And that's a reality, right? It's a good reality that we're able to get everyone. Another reality might be that the wait times are a little bit longer. It's possible, right? So if we see 50,000 walk-ins at the opening bell, hey, let's manage those expectations. Bring some snacks, bring some water, bring your phone charger and stuff like that. But I think we're going to be okay, Chris. Everything that we've seen so far shows us that the people understand the process of the clinic. We haven't seen the long lines at the opening bell. We've seen a lot of patient folks who understand that we're doing the best we can. So we're just going to continue that and work even harder and do whatever it takes to liberate Guam.
Okay, for those people who may not understand or just have it or not even know about the whole Eventbrite process, what's the procedure for walk-ins to the OG Cabo Fieldhouse vaccination clinic?
Yeah, thanks for that, Chris. We try to encourage the Eventbrite appointment process first. It has a way of metering out the crowd so that people don't all come in lumps at common times. The link for that is tinyurl.com/vaccinate Guam or vaccinate GU MAR 23 to 27. So there's a graphic like this that went around. It was released in the JIC release last night. I'm sure you guys are good enough to help us publish it. And that's one of the best ways to make sure you get in smoothly is with an appointment. Now, if you can't make an appointment for whatever reason, if a day gets sold out or you don't have access to the internet, that's fine. We still do accept walk-ins at a limited rate. We say about 15 per hour, and we can stretch that a little bit more if we have to. So don't be afraid to come and walk in. Just as a reminder, we do encourage folks not to line up so early because it does create delays when we open, which today is going to be at 11 a.m.
And so we do have our scan and plan. You'll see the little banner on your screen for those of you who are watching on Facebook. You can scan that QR code, and it should take you to the link back to our website, where you will find the information and on registration for the vaccination clinics. But Mark, I wanted to ask, because the schedule has been out and people have been able to register, I didn't see that it was sold out for this week, right? So there's plenty of openings for people to get online, and that is what is really recommended, so that you guys are able to keep track, right?
Yeah, that's right, Bree. It helps us keep track. It helps us know what to expect. And it also helps the crowd be more evenly distributed throughout the day.
Mm-hmm. Are people utilizing it? I mean,
yes. So, like you said, we haven't sold out, but starting this last week, we expanded the appointments per hour. I think this week we're at like 245 per hour, whereas in previous weeks it was a little bit less. So there's another thing too, where the private clinics are now offering some vaccines too. So we're seeing some folks go to their private clinics. There's the community-based clinics from public health and the homebound program as well. We're not seeing it sell out as much because of those things.
And that might be the reason why they dropped it down, just all the way down to 16.
Yeah, it could very well be. And I know the governor is really eager to get our island back to some kind of normalcy. Mm-hmm. And like I said, her aggressive stance in doing this is welcome. Let's get it on,
Let's get it on.
There's been talks about so GHRA, they've mentioned the possibility of having vaccination clinics, possibly even in Tumon, so it's more accessible. Is that something that the Guard would be involved in, or is that strictly public health?
Well, we work under the umbrella of public health. So as GHRA makes those types of suggestions, it'll go up to public health's decision to ask us for help if it's needed. It may or may not be needed. But the bottom line is this, that's the magic of this island, is how we all work together. We're well ahead of almost every other state and territory because of ideas like that, where a GHRA can work together with public health and the Guard to just make it happen, and not compete, be all on the same page, and do the right thing for the benefit of the people.
Mm-hmm. So has the ask been made? Are you aware?
I haven't heard anything yet, no.
Okay.
Mark, where are we tracking, if you know, and are you able to speak on the supply and inventory of vaccines?
Yeah, I saw something in the JIC release last night, Chris. I think it's in there, although I didn't memorize it. I didn't memorize it offhand, but it's in there. I know what we vaccinated so far is like 70,000 some total doses with 30,000 complete. And that number of our remaining stock is in there too.
Yeah, it's 16,550.
Right, with some more on the way, which I heard this morning. So yeah, I didn't commit that to memory, but it's in there. And so there's another thing too about the vaccine supply. I know last month we had a couple days at the end of the month where the island ran out, and there was a little bit of adjustment because people who had already made their appointments had to, find another time to come in later. But all in all, I want to say that that's a good thing that we use and finish the supply that we're given, because it shows Operation Warp Speed that we need more. There's states and territories out there who haven't finished their supply that they were given for the month. And what that does is it throttles their supply for the next month. I know it may be a short period inconvenience for us to have been out for a few days, but it sends the right message that, hey, we're doing the right thing. We're getting our people vaccinated. We're leading the way with the states and territories, so give us more.
Is there any discussion about changing the times of the vaccination clinic? Because a lot of people are working between 11 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. And I think even before it was up to, wasn't it 7:30? Is there any talks about changing the time so it's kind of more accessible for people who are working throughout the day, and there won't be that need to take administrative leave or for the private sector?
It's the people's vaccine.
That's right. And that's a great question. So when we were at the older age bracket or the wiser age bracket, we didn't see a lot of folks coming in later in the day, right? But now that we're going into the active workforce age group, it's going to be a conversation that we're having. There was a lot of talk last night about how to adjust for the 16 plus, things like changing the hours, things like expanded shifts, things like looking at the possibility of food trucks, coming and accommodating folks who might get hungry if there are longer wait times. So yes, these are all the kind of things we're talking about improving as we go. It's a great point, Bree.
But you all are anticipating a rush?
Yeah, I mean, it's natural, right? If there's 50,000 more people who are eligible overnight, it kind of follows logically that there's bound to be longer lines, longer wait times, more of a crowd. With your guys' help, helping us manage some of those expectations, we don't really foresee it to be too much of a problem, seeing as how our community has had things in our past where we've had to wait in lines, just had to kind of deal and help each other out, look out for each other and stay safe. It should be nothing new. We're not expecting any issues.
But it's still the walk-in, I think it was like 15 per hour, right?
That's right, Bree, which is about 1 every 4 minutes. And we've been able to overperform that number, to be honest with you. Bree, there's a phrase that says it's better to under-promise and overperform than to overpromise and underperform. So can we do more than 15 per hour? Yes, we can. But God forbid we overpromise and don't, meet that number. That's what we want to avoid.
Well, I read it earlier this morning for those that are 16 and older, what they need to know, what their parents need to know before they head over to the vaccination clinic. And if you could kind of reiterate what is required.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. And I'm going to just read because it's called, I got my Cliff's Notes here. So for individuals who are minors, and that's 16, 17 years old, minors may only receive the Pfizer, right? As Moderna and Johnson & Johnson aren't recommended for folks below 18. Minors must be accompanied by a parent or legal guardian and provide government-issued identification to validate their age. So if you're below 18, show up with your legal guardian, mom or dad, bring some kind of ID that shows your age, and you should have no problem getting your Pfizer dose, mom.
And what about other vaccinations, right? That because GDOE, they were holding these vaccination clinics in just the last couple of weeks. would they still be eligible to get the Pfizer vaccine? Or is it the same
Yes,
thing?
these guidelines come from public health, and we follow them. Public health gets them from CDC and all these other sources well above us. So I don't see any reason why GDOE or the private clinics wouldn't also follow that same guidance, Bree. But I can speak to the UOG clinic, the National Guard operating it, that those are the guidelines passed down from public health that we will follow.
Okay, so let me just read it out. These are the pre-screening eligibility for vaccinations. In order to take the COVID-19 vaccine, you must meet the following pre-screening eligibility criteria. You must not currently be infected with COVID-19 or previously exposed within the last 14 days, and you must not have received any other vaccine, such as the flu shot, in the last 14 days. So just so these teenagers, anyone 16 to 40 that are now eligible, make sure, again, if you've received any other vaccine, such as the flu shot, in the past 2 weeks, you would not be eligible at this point. You'd have to wait.
Thanks for that, Bree.
Yeah. Anything else that people need to know?
Well, every time I'm given this chance, Bree, I like to say thank you. Of course, to our partners, UOG, Public Health, AmeriCorps, and to the people of Guam. Troops and soldiers out there doing good work. We thank you all for your support, and let's continue to liberate Guam. Thank you guys, too, for helping us inform the people and pass the word. We appreciate you.
And thank you, and the Guard. I've been to that vaccination clinic at UOG, and it was so smooth.
Thank you. That's what we like to do. On behalf of the command group, Estraghi, and all the troops on the ground, thank you guys so much.
All right, take care, Mark. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. All right, 8:55. We'll take a really quick break, and let's get ready to go behind bars with Major Anton Ogun from the Department of Corrections. That's coming up next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
Through the month of April, KUM News and the KUM Care Force features Sustainability Matters, building awareness for environmental issues, highlighting activists, and showcasing businesses and individuals making a difference in our community. Watch a special series on Mondays on KUM News featuring different aspects of thinking green in our community. Awareness messages on every platform, giving you tips for leading a more...
Doesn't have to be a Fishy Friday. Okay, you do it, man. Tomorrow's I Love the Whopper Wednesday. Just heads up, guys. I'm going to give you guys a heads up on that. So get the BK Big Fish and also the Impossible Whopper at Burger King. Proud to present Cover Me.
Yo, what's up, guys? I'll be doing that new joint by Justin Bieber and Chance the Rapper. And this one is called Holy. Hope you guys enjoy it. I hear a lot about sinners. Don't think that I'll be a saint, but I might go down to the river. Cause the way that the sky opens up when we touch, girl, it makes me say, the way you hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me. It feels so holy, 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 holy. Oh God, running to the altar like a track star. Can't wait another second, cause the way you hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, feels so holy. I don't do well with the drama, and I can't stand it being fake. No, 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 no. I don't believe in Nirvana, cause the way that we love in the night gives me life, and it makes me say, the way you hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me. It feels so holy, 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 holy. And oh God, running to the altar like a track star. Can't wait another second, cause the way you hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, feels so holy.
April, KUM News and the KUM Care Force features Sustainability Matters, building awareness for environmental issues, highlighting activists, and showcasing businesses and individuals making a difference in our community. Watch a special series on Mondays on KUM News featuring different aspects of thinking green in our community. Awareness messages on every platform giving you tips for leading a more sustainable lifestyle. The Dirty Politics Weekly feature with The Link live on location with Chris and Sabrina visiting different villages with political leaders and addressing environmental problems in our community. And this year, the Think Green annual cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam, and we'll feature your cleanup on our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability Matters, part of the KUM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurants. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more.
Guam on the Breeze radio side, just one little part of our multimedia march through every weekday morning here.
Yeah. Real quickly, just want to let y'all know that there is a free drive-through COVID-19 testing today, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., 12 noon at the old Carnival grounds in Tiedzin. Again, this is the rapid test. You'll find out the results in 15 minutes. No symptoms are required. It's limited to 4 people per vehicle. Please bring a photo ID. So just as important as it is to get vaccinated, it's also important, to do community testing. So that, again, is today, the old Carnival grounds in Tiedzin. Free drive-through COVID-19 testing, 9 a.m. to 12 noon today. And just as a note, if you plan on traveling, they're not giving tests, COVID-19 tests, so that you can go off island. This is strictly for community testing. And again, it is the rapid test, 15 minutes in and out. Okay?
Right on, it's 9:01. Let's go to the phones real quick, where we have Joseph standing by at a question. Joseph, good morning and welcome to the link.
Buenas saludos todos amigos, Tata Guam.
Buenas.
You had a question about the stimulus, sir?
Yes. I'm calling because it's kind of confusing, and I'm pretty sure I speak for everybody here on island. Okay. First and foremost, they said that Daphne said she spoke with the IRS already before this, it got approved for this third stimulus. Then later on, they're saying that they're waiting approval again. Then they're saying it's going to run smoothly upon approval. So which approval are they waiting for now if it's not the IRS? Everybody, don't get me wrong, some people, yes, they take advantage of the stimulus going shopping, but most people, everybody should get qualified, because most people are not going to be about saving when Guam keeps raising gas prices, utility prices, food prices. Everybody needs it. Everybody needs the help. not only certain low income or rich people or whatnot. Everybody needs it. So that is my question. What more of approval do we need to wait for when already they specified on the news before that already they spoke with the IRS? Now they're saying they're waiting approval. Then they're going to say it's running smoothly. How's it running smoothly? Nothing ever runs smoothly here in Guam.
Well, thank you very much for that, Joseph.
Yeah,
the process,
I hear your frustration.
yeah, definitely, and I mean the American Rescue Plan, which has the EIP3 payments as part of it, it's law now, and we had Daphne on, and so just knowing the process for the first two economic impact payment stimulus payments, they get the guidance from Treasury, right? Yeah. And then IRS, and then they go ahead and do their plan, and then they have to send it back to IRS, Treasury, and then Treasury says, okay, Guam revenue tax. Sometimes they say, okay, yeah, good to go. Sometimes they say, oh no, you can't do that, or maybe you should try doing it this way or whatever. And they have to get approval. So yeah, it's not just, I mean, I feel you, Joseph, bro. You're right. A lot of people are hurting, and I really believe that we're misjudging the impact that, people are still living under out here. I feel like, I don't know, I just feel like government in Guam is good, right? Because they never they never stopped working or whatever. But meanwhile, there's a lot of people out here who are suffering. Even people who were still working and incurred, saying this for a friend, incurred all kinds of expenses that were necessary because of this pandemic, whether it's masks or sanitation or more groceries because you're staying home, right? We're all drowning out here. I feel like that's what's happening. And so, yeah, but they got to get approval. It's not like we don't have the money on our own to just front out these checks. So not only is it until them getting the money from the feds, looking at the feds' guidance, they also got to come up with their own plan, then that has to be approved.
Yeah. And the 610 or 660, whatever the final number is going to be, we don't even have it yet. At least according to the governor when she was interviewed on Friday by Peter Santos, that it could be another possibly 2 weeks.
Yeah. But, revenue tax and with Daphne Shimizu, I want to say, I feel like, for the most part, that they've been pretty successful in getting out the EIP. And I want to say also that they've been way more successful, way more expedient than any other facet of the government of Guam COVID-19 relief response. Look at the the rental assistance, the mortgage assistance. I mean, there's just so much assistance that took forever to get out. Some of it is still being looked over. So yeah, I don't know. Why is it so difficult? And we saw this when we got the first round of the CARES Act. I mean, Congressman St. Nicholas was just skeeting out all these parts of the CARES Act and all of these programs for relief from, child care assistance. Yeah, and so we were like getting all this info from the congressman's office because, obviously being in the Congress, he probably had eyes on like the whole thing and is in a position to say, hey, this is what the CARES Act money offers. This is what you can do with it, yada, yada, yada. And so we'd hear all this stuff coming out from his office, but nothing out of the governor's office. So there's a lag, right? And it's frustrating. I feel you. With the CARES Act, there was a whole like desert of time where people knew that we had the $118 million, but they just weren't giving it out yet. And a part of it, what they say anyway, is because they got to figure out the guidance and their rules, I guess, for this sort of thing. But I'm not saying that totally absolves them of any incompetence or, maybe inexperience with this kind of thing. Like with the rental assistance, they also just extended the deadline. But then with the mortgage relief, we're finding out that there's a very small percentage of relief being approved. So yeah, it's a struggle, man, to get this aid out to our people. I feel like there needs to be, and maybe there is, they're just not communicating it well.
Joe's on the phone?
No.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
But I mean, it's tough. I feel you, Joe. We'll get Daphne on again next week. But I mean, they're working on it. That's the best we can say. They paid out all the EIP too, right? As of
yeah, the deadline was the 19th to pay out everything for EIP2.
All right, 9:07. Major Anton Uggan. Good morning, Major.
Good morning. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning. Thanks for coming on the show. I wanted to, because people have been talking in our Facebook live stream, and it was also kind of mentioned in one of the JIC reports about the prisoner population being eligible or being prioritized for vaccination. Have those efforts began?
Yes, the discussion is ongoing. The director is communicating with public health on when we'll be able to get this done. We're looking maybe a few more weeks from now. I mean, right now public health's focus is on the community, and so we're hoping probably by April, sometime towards the end of April, maybe we can start getting the inmates, offering the vaccine to the inmate population.
Have you done a survey yet of the inmate population in terms of who will want to get the vaccine and who doesn't want to?
No, we're probably going to be doing that in a few weeks. We do have some rough numbers, but we need to do the more educating, I guess, on some of them. Having our medical staff go around and explain. You gotta explain to them what's going on and the pros and cons of the vaccine. They're gonna have some questions, but I think in general most of them would want to take the vaccine. But we haven't done a survey yet, but we will be working on that in the next few weeks.
What were the rough numbers?
Well, right now we have about 500 some prisoners, just under 600. When we asked a while back, probably about half of them were willing to take the vaccine. The other half were kind of on the fence about it. But I think, that can be resolved just by giving them a little bit more education and talking about what the vaccine can do. I mean, the inmates don't have access to the media as much as the general public, other than reading the newspapers and stuff. So they still need to be educated a little bit about the vaccine.
In the discussions with public health, did they say that the vaccine that will be administered at the Department of Corrections to the prisoner population would likely be the Johnson & Johnson vaccine?
That was discussed. Again, some benefits on that is that you just need one vaccine you have to issue. So logistically, that would probably be one of the better ones for us. So we can come in here and do it at one time and get it over with. But, again, it's still up for discussion, and they might change depending on how many available and what's the resource at the time they're able to come and give the vaccine. So we'll know more as the weeks go on. We'll get closer and closer to implementing the vaccine.
Have you heard from the inmates, about the desire to take the vaccine?
Yeah, there's a few. Like I said, last time we checked, maybe 50-50. But we're going to do more education, and hopefully we can change. Yeah, no problem. And we can hopefully educate them. And some, of course, will change their mind. Others may not. And, we'll just have to work it from there.
Thanks.
And this is just the prisoner population, right? There's no plans, or are there plans for the detainees, the pretrial detainees?
Oh no, that includes, ma'am. I'm sorry, that includes our entire population. We're going to offer it to anybody that's in our facility at the time it's going around. It'll probably take about 2 days, like 1 day in Agana and a day or maybe 2 in Manila, depending on, because we have to move these inmates around, still maintain security. So, it'll be offered to anyone in our custody at the time it is offered.
Including arrestees?
If they're there and they're willing to take the vaccine and they have no other issues that's preventing them, for example, they weren't COVID within a certain period of time or didn't have the flu shot within a certain period of time, we'll offer it to them, and if they're willing to take it, we'll give it to them.
Yeah, don't go out and get arrested, guys, just because you want to get the vaccine now, okay?
What about whatever happened to the plans for DOC to implement rapid testing? Are you guys still going the GPD route?
Yeah, most of the tests, ma'am, come in through GPD. That's where our arrestees are mostly coming in. And then we have tested a few. For example, they'll come in, they'll refuse the test at the GPD end. So we treat them as positives, of course, and we offer the test a few days later, and a few of them have taken it. So we have several of our staff, both here in Manila and Agana, that are trained to administer the rapid testing. And for example, the female unit, I think one officer did like 3 or 4 in one day because we had some people that were coming in off the street to self-surrender to serve their actual sentence. And so they didn't go through GPD or the court, they just came straight in. So we tested them ourselves. They were negative, but we have the capability of doing that ourselves.
Okay, that's good to hear then.
Yeah. Major, what about visitation and incoming? What's the update on that?
So we have incoming going on this week. It's ongoing right now. Visitation, again, we're kind of looking for the end of April to start some semblance of visitation. It may not be as robust as it was prior to COVID, but you know, we may be limiting like 2 visitors per family, and how many at a time may be limited. But we are working on that and closer.
Contraband?
Well, we did a shakedown at Post 5 last week. There was some contraband found, tobacco products, cigarettes, things like that. And so, of course, that unit right now is on restriction. They're not even allowed incoming this week. It was canceled for them. No incoming for Post 5 due to the results of a shakedown. And again, it's a continuing thing here at DOC, shakedowns and searching and things like that.
Right. Any officers? Yeah, drugs and any officer involvement in any of the contraband instances?
Not yet, no.
No. Did you say not yet?
Yeah, he said not yet. Yeah.
Is there
a little snarky, huh, Major?
Well, I don't want to. I pray that there's no officer involved. That experience has told me that's not always the case. But no, I don't have anything on any officers at this time.
I hope the Lord is answering your other prayers. But I was following closely because we sent a FOIA to the Civil Service Commission. This case of the former officer Christopher Santos, who was terminated along with the other officer. I think they were coming in at the same time.
The lotion.
Okay, now this former officer Gumatao had was caught trying to smuggle in a bottle of lotion, and I guess they had cut it open. And can you give us more details on that, Major? How did they stuff the crystal meth into the bottle of lotion?
Again, it's one of those big Jergens, lotions, and the ice, you can put it in straws and what have you, and then stick it into the lotion. I mean, it's pretty simple, I guess, to do that. The opening on the lotion is pretty big, so just putting straws and stuff in there, and that's usually what they do.
Right.
Small stuff, hard to detect, or even just little Ziploc packets that are tightly sealed. Right. I mean, it's really easy to hide. I mean, you have to really be looking to find it.
Right, but I mean, is lotion? I'm just thinking, is lotion on the approved list? Or was the guy this is my personal lotion?
But the thing was, the officer shouldn't have been bringing it in to begin with. I mean, when things come in through regular incoming, it is inspected.
Right.
And he shouldn't have been bringing it in for the inmates to begin with. And so that was his first mistake.
So he said that he was bringing in the lotion for the inmates. What, are they lotioning their feet in there, or is it?
They had heat smooth skin. I mean, I guess it's hot up there and dry skin, so they want dry skin.
Yeah, you don't want to be ashy. You know what I mean? Terrible.
I don't want to be ashy.
I mean, what else are they using the lotion for? Don't answer that. But anyway, so let me just get back to the story. So these 2 guards were coming in, COs were coming in together. One of them got nabbed for the lotion in the meth. And then the other one got nabbed for bringing in how many cans of chewing tobacco? It was 5 or 6 cans or something, right?
Yeah, several cans.
Right. And then he had said, it's my personal stash of chewing tobacco. Anyway, so he's appealing his termination. Right, and that's kind of going through the Civil Service Commission. Just your thoughts on that, Major?
I mean, that's it, right? It's the process. Due process is part of that. Again, tobacco is not allowed. It's contraband. Officers are not. This is a tobacco-free facility. So officers are well aware. If you get caught with that, you can actually be criminally charged. And we did what we did on our part, and it is his right to appeal, and he'll go through that process, and he'll be adjudicated. it'll go through the process, and he may win, he may not, we just don't know, but that's his right. So every employee is entitled to that due process.
So just to be clear, the officer said that it was his personal chewing tobacco that he was bringing into the prison facility, but there's no tobacco at all allowed inside the prison facility.
No. So it doesn't matter if it's personal or you're just not allowed. So.
Right on. So yeah. Major other updates? I know that you had a couple things you wanted to update us on, right?
Well, okay, so we're starting our RSAP program next week, Monday. The Residential Substance Abuse Treatment Program. We have 14 males and 2 females that will be going through this program. The last cycle we had, it kind of graduated shortly, a couple months after the pandemic started, and then we had to stop everything. So we're slowly, getting back up to normalcy here. So we're starting RSAP Monday. Overtime, we are up to date on our overtime. We have paid out our overtime, and we are now up to date with the officers' overtime. What else? We're going to be hiring. We've lost, of course, we've hired 60 people. We've lost over 30 due to resignation, transfers, off-island relocations. And so the directors got approval to start working on recruiting more officers. So that's going to be a process that's ongoing. There's currently a job announcement that's continuous at the Department of Administration for Correction Officer 1s. And so we're going to try to, in the next few months, try to recruit a few more officers. We have some that are retiring. We have about 5 to 6 officers retiring before this year's up. But other than that, we're moving forward, and we're doing good.
What about work release and also some of the other things where we see the inmates out, like bush cutting? Has all that been reinstated?
No, none of that, sir, is reinstated at this time. Once we probably look after the vaccine, once maybe the vaccines and we got inmates that are protected, then we may revisit those programs again. But as of now, there is nobody going to GCC or anybody going out for any community bush cutting or anything at this time.
Okay.
Okay, I had a couple questions. Do you have any update on the agreement that was being worked on with the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center? I know that we'd had discussions with the deputy director about that agreement.
So we do have we are working on an MOU with Guam Behavioral. It was reviewed by DOC management. It was sent back to Guam Behavioral for a minor changes. I can't recall the different things, but we're still in the process of hammering out some details on the MOU. We met with them several times, and it's an ongoing process. Hopefully we can, get something solid put together soon and get that MOU signed.
Okay, so again, so there's no new update. We're just still waiting.
No major changes. No major changes or updates right now.
Mm-hmm. By any chance, has DOC been contacted by the feds into this whole online gambling investigation?
No, not that I'm aware of. No one has reached out to DOC to us about any of our officers being involved in this gambling.
Okay.
Don't know if anybody is, but as of now, no, we have not been contacted.
Okay. Anything new with the master plan update?
So the vendors were just here last week. Pretty busy week. We met with Guam Behavioral. We met with the medical staff. They did it took about 2 days to do assessment of our buildings. So they brought in and went to different units, post 6, 18, all the different housing units, making assessments on their plumbing, electrical, structuring engineer, cracks in the roof and all that. That was all taken care of. They're doing most of the write-ups now. I think they'll be back towards the end of April to work on another phase of the project. It's moving forward. Again, probably by the end of April, we'll start seeing some actual write-ups and some things put together as a result of all the different meetings we've had with them. And again, our target date is still to have something done and presented to the governor by at least August.
Okay.
That's still our target date right now to finish this master plan.
Okay, thank you, Anton.
Thank you, Major.
Okay, anytime.
Guys, get your apps in. They're hiring over there at DOC, all right? They need a few good men and women.
We're hiring. 13.44 an hour.
That's it, $13.44 an hour, guys. Not too shabby.
Thus, we might be getting a 25% differential pay in the next couple of weeks.
Plus,
Extra pay.
you guys hear that? They might be getting 25% differential pay.
Chris, put in your application.
I am. I'm going to put in 2.
Okay.
Thank you. Why are you laughing? You don't think I'd be a good CO?
Sure.
Now, you guys, you would be a great.
Decked.
You'd be a great
Run
CO.
in your mouth.
Wow, thanks. Did you hear what she said? I don't know if you picked that up, but Sabrina said if I was a corrections officer, I might get decked for running my mouth. That's very, very good. Very good.
You're welcome.
All right. We're going to take a little break here, guys, so I can rest running my mouth. It's tiring. Oh, man. Great. I really love my KUAM family here.
You're not the only one with jokes.
Yeah, I know. They definitely got my back with that knife.
Hey! Stab you in the front, not in the back.
Yeah, she's a stab in the front kind of person. You definitely see it coming. We're not much for smoke and mirrors. We're pretty straightforward on this show. Right? It's 9:24, guys. We'll be back next. Good morning.
Catch the link on Go. Delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday seafood sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Join KUAM and Punta Endosa Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Endosa Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass series schedule.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Janapu. Good night, 9:28. It's Tuesday, March 23rd. Proudly sponsored by East West Rental, IT&E Carrier for all my Aircon babies. All right, they're keeping you cool all day, every day. Call today, 647-COOL. That's 647-2665. Also brought to you by Cabo Enterprises and IT&E. It's 9:29. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room. We have standing by Sergeant Paul Tapao of the Guam Police Department.
Hi, Paul.
Hey, Afide. Buenas and saludes, and Viva Mesh tomorrow.
Viva!
Well, I wanted to start off because there was some tragic news this morning, and if you could provide the latest update on the crash in Barragata.
Sure. So, we've just opened up the roads as we're speaking right now. I just got the call from our traffic investigators from the Highway Patrol Division. They've just opened the roads. So, first, motorists that are there that are going to be traversing through there's going to be a lot of delays as people are going to be trying to get to and from. I know we anticipated the rush hour traffic, so. Please slow it down. It'll eventually clear up as we slowly open up the lanes and allow for traffic to traverse there. But shortly before 3:30 a.m., our officers from the Central Precinct Command responded to a two-auto crash. And as a result of that crash, one of the operators from the vehicle, we're still in the preliminary stage, so I'm only going to give you the raw information that I have for now. But I'll provide more as the day progresses. But one of the operators within the vehicle was transported to Naval Hospital Guam, where he later succumbed to his injuries. Now, we do know that the vehicles involved was a Nissan Versa and a black Lexus. So getting the information right now, again, is going to be a little bit, may take some time as, our investigators are heading back to section to rehash what had occurred. So as that comes up, we'll provide it again. But this is our 5th fatality for the year. And again, we're still in the month of March, which is if you look at the calendar, it's our 3rd month of the year. So, this is, a good indicator that we're in a trend and we want to prevent that from happening. But this is an open case, very, very early in this investigation. So we'll provide more as the day progresses.
Mm-hmm. You said it was a male occupant or driver?
Yes. Male operator. Male operator. One of the vehicles. Yeah.
Oh, you don't know which. You don't know which vehicle. Which
I don't have a complete synopsis to release at this time. Like I said, once we get off, this was the delay again. I know I was supposed to be on at 9:00, and I had reached out to Chris telling him I was going to be late. So we're still getting information, and we had a lot of work to do with Naval Hospital and getting the information. Of course, will be provided to our investigators as we move towards the day.
Okay, so anybody traveling in the Barragata area, this is Route 8, the Purple Heart Memorial Highway. The roads have been reopened. There was a traffic fatality. It occurred around 3:30 this morning. 2 vehicles were involved, a Nissan Versa and a black Lexus. Once Paul is able to get more information, of course, we will pass that along. But Paul, as you mentioned, this is the 5th fatal crash of the year.
Yeah.
do you have any updates on the cause of Fatal 4, the motorcycle crash?
That we're still we still have to wait for a lot of stuff to come out from there. I know they did the field mapping, so it's really the speed calculation, and the one thing that we're waiting for, of course, is the autopsy and the toxicology report coming from the chief medical examiner's office. So that's where we determine where we can find whether impairment was a factor in any of the crashes that occurred within the roadways, the 5 crashes, or once we calculate and put in piece every evidence that we gathered from the previous crashes, to include the fatality, the motorcycle crash, and the one in Weddingale, and the other 2 crashes that occurred in Route 16 and Route 10, the auto pedestrian crash, we'll be able to, provide more information as to causation, or if any citation or arrests are going to be made from these crashes that occurred.
But so far, no arrests or anything.
Not at this time. No arrests or citations have been issued as a result of the 5 fatalities that occurred.
And no autopsies have been conducted on the previous crashes?
Not at this time.
That's quite a wait.
Yeah. So that's always gonna we're still trying to work out with the CME's office, and getting because of COVID. I know on a weekend basis we were able to get the a pathologist from Saipan, the neighboring islands, to fly over on the weekend, and any criminal forensics that we needed, we were able to reach out to. The island was able to reach out to Hawaii, but since COVID, the travel restrictions have really put a damper on the time that we are allowed to, or which is afforded to do an autopsy on either a fatality or any other death investigation that the Guam Police Department is investigating.
Any update on the Jerry's Kitchen reopened? Is it reopened?
It's still ongoing. I know the chief had directed our traffic investigators from GPD's Highway Patrol Division to do a follow-up investigation. So I met with them yesterday. They're still gathering some evidence within the scene. They're going over some surveillance footage and stuff, and re-interviewing some individuals. So they've assured that once they've wrapped up their investigation, they'll be able to submit the findings to the Chief of Police, Chief Stephen Ignacio, and we'll move forward from there. But as of right now, it's still ongoing.
Are you able to say if any, and just checking in and speaking with these officers, if you've heard anything that differs from the initial investigation? Because I know during the oversight hearing, the chief had said that it was really the public's concern with this whole incident that prompted him to reopen the investigation. But he also said that he didn't think that they would really find anything, but that he did it to kind of appease public concerns and media concerns.
There's a lot of variables that came into play, right? But again, the synopsis, the investigation in itself, and seeing what the officers did at the time, of the officer who authored the report. As a former crash investigator, I didn't see any flaw. And again, this is my opinion. We did take the concerns of the community because of a variable that was in play, which was an off-duty officer that was listed as the occupant of the red Jeep. So, the chief, since taking office, he's been very transparent with the community, with the media, and of course, holding true to his word about transparency and, of course, integrity, protecting the integrity of the Guam Police Department. He has issued, the follow-up investigation to this. So the variables that come into play, these are some of the things that the concerns of the community had brought forth. So, again, these are things in which we're going to look at. Our traffic investigators are going to revisit some of the scenes, some of the surveillance footage that we can obtain from the surrounding areas, the building in itself, and of course, the neighboring establishments, so that we can grasp a better picture. But, again, the work in itself from a patrol level, I personally didn't see any flaw into that as the report was written.
You said officers. I thought only one officer responded.
Well, we did have our CSI there to take photograph of the scene and everything. So, that incorporates the officer were involved. But it was, I'm talking about the author of the report, the preliminary officer for the investigation.
Any citations been issued? I know there's more, places that have been opened and.
Citation for the crash?
No. I'm switching to COVID citations. Bars.
Oh, citations for the opening. I don't have any count that was that we had tallied since the opening and lifting of restrictions, some easing of the restrictions. So I do know that we provided 2, but I believe the traffic clerks have provided information, and the last count that I saw was 8 since the authority was granted to enforcement, the enforcement side from Department of Public Health and Social Service. As of any citations that were issued to any bars or taverns that had opened as a result of the lifting of the restrictions, I don't have any information. We do know that the military, both the Navy and the Air Force, has authorized its personnel, the soldiers, to go ahead and frequent the bars and the establishment. So I didn't get any reports over the weekend of anything strange or unusual happening down in Tumon or the greater area where we know of military personnel frequenting the establishment. So nothing was reported of anything out of the ordinary.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to give GPD the opportunity to respond. We did interview Xavier Tatau's family yesterday. Adriana Catero did the story, and she interviewed, I believe it was the mom and the sister, and they had some very strong comments about this investigation into, their relative's fatal shooting and his wife's, she died. They called it a sloppy investigation. They said that the sequence of events that were outlined by the chief of police during the press conference were false. That there was no revving back and forth of the vehicle. And so I wanted to see, they said, it may be the end for you guys, but this is just the beginning for them. What is GPD's response?
Again, as Chief Ignacio had mentioned during the press conference, anytime an officer, sworn officer within the ranks of the Guam Police Department has to deploy deadly force, that's really, it's a lot of things that surround that. And of course, the lives that were lost as a result of this incident, our sincere condolences goes out to the family. Understanding where the officers were at the situation, the training, every officer that goes through the training in the use of force continuum to the use of firearms and of course self-defense and everything will, through the course of what had happened and the investigation that led to both the criminal side and the administrative side, Chief Stephen Ignacio, he, wanted to maintain the integrity of both the criminal investigation and the administrative portion by, reaching out to independent agencies that will not show any bias towards any investigation. The Office of the Attorney General took the lead with the criminal aspect of the investigation, and Chief Stephen Ignacio reached out to Director Ignacio Paredo from Guam Customs and Quarantine in reaching out for their internal affairs investigators to take the lead with the administrative portion of the findings. And as we released in the press conference, our officers were not found in any violation of our general orders or standard operating procedures in relative to this incident. Again, this it's a tragedy that it happened, and understanding the position and the predicament that any law enforcement officer face, any law enforcement officer that it's faced with, dealing with deploying deadly force. The question was asked. One of the corresponding reporters had asked time sequence and everything to put a timestamp in that. And unless you've been there to understand that things happen either, in a rapid manner, that the dynamics change, we, based on our training, first and foremost, we have to go home to our family. We have to maintain the trust of the community that entrusted us with the authority to serve and protect, life over property. Yeah. And it's really, like I said, like Chief had mentioned, coming out of this, there's it really, the life that's lost, we can't replace that, and it's really
two lives.
the officers.
Yeah. I get it, Sarge, but from the other side, right? Xavier Tatao and the Vicky Ann, they're never going to go home to their families. Those officers are, and I just think from the public standpoint, when you have a single officer who fires 31 shots, it just raises a lot of questions, right? So I'm sure you can see that.
We gave a vivid detail as to the events that happened. That's the transparency in which we wanted to really provide to the public and the community, and understanding what the officers were going through to. We provided that information to the greater community, whether it's, whether we see it, we have to stop the threat. And that is where our training comes in. And that's where we as law enforcement officers, threat on threat, it really is a matter of us seizing and stopping the threat from escalating further. It's tragic. It saddens me to see that many lives have been affected by this. With our side of the house, our side of the shop, we've assured and we've worked closely with the officers that were involved by affording them the opportunity to seek, clinical help. Our peer support team from within the department, our pastors within the department that assist us with crisis situations such as this, and of course, government agencies that our officers can avail to, and understanding, the concerns that the family may have. When we did that press conference, we wanted to assure that we maintain transparency, and we provided as much detailed information as we could. And at the end of the day, it really is, that instant where we have to deploy deadly force or discharge deadly force. It's not something that we think of every day, but it's something that we've trained for going in as law enforcement officers. Is in the event, our training has prepared us for this. Our countless opportunities to train to better ourselves so that we can protect, the lives that we've sworn to protect, and of course, more importantly, protect our fellow officers too.
When did Vicky Ann pass away?
I don't have that information. I was, I was pretty much monitoring the effects of the investigation, both the criminal aspect and of course the administrative portion, but I wasn't, they didn't avail the information to me as to the time frame of when the victim, the passenger of the vehicle had passed away.
So, case closed, everything's done? Yeah.
Our officers have been cleared. This is a tragic situation, Lives were affected by this, I know the family is, again, our deepest condolences, it's...
The officer that shot the 31 shots, how long has he been with GPD?
I don't have the information of his personal jacket, man.
But I know you know all the officers. So is he like a recent hire, or is he a long veteran officer?
I don't know. I don't know the information of his employment, or I don't want to prematurely say something that whether he's the years of service that he has. But, again, we want to assure the community that the training has prepared us for any situation that comes forth. I mean, that's part of the training, and that's part of the risk associated with this job. It's the use and deployment of deadly force.
But is there training with vehicles coming at you, Sarge? Because I thought in the press conference that the chief had said do you guys do that kind of training?
Chris, when we deploy deadly force, it's that in that instant, I mean, we can talk about this again, but it's at that instant where you feel, you downright feel that your life is in danger. I mean, you have a 3,000-pound vehicle coming at you with intent. You don't even know the intent, but the intentions in itself, as what we disclosed during the press conference, numerous times ran the patrol vehicle that was situated in the front, and numerous times, one or two times, there's an indicator that when you're faced with that situation, understanding what you have to do and what we have been trained for, been training with, and the use of deadly force, it really is, at that instant, you have to react, and you have to assure that your decisions that you're going to make, it's going to be to save lives. And it's unfortunate that although, the purpose is to save life, that once we deploy deadly force, or discharge deadly force, lives are going to be affected by it. So understanding the situation that our officers were faced with and understanding the reasoning behind, it's really, it's, we can't change anything, we can only move forward.
Right.
We can always better ourselves. We've provided the information to the community, and understanding that we wanted to maintain that transparency of trust with the community.
All right, Paul. You're right. The chief did say that they were dealing with a 300-pound weapon. The weapon being the vehicle, right? And that's GPD's side of the story. But I did want to ask about to Tao Tao. Did the officers know who they were dealing with? Did they know who he was? Did he have a criminal record?
So, like what we had mentioned during the press conference, our officers were there based on an investigation, a theft complaint of the cell phone, which the victim of the property was able to ping or locate the cell phone within that area, and that cell phone was located, like Chief had mentioned, within the vehicle. When our officers got there, we got to understand how law enforcement works. We want to make sure that where we are and the people that the elements that we provide, we confirmed that the vehicle that was within that property was registered stolen at the time. So understanding the situation, I don't know whether there was a confirmation of anybody identifying anybody within the vehicle, but we were there specifically for a theft complaint, and things escalated or things developed as the officers were there.
All right. Well, thanks, Paul. And I guess we'll reach back to you a little bit later about the crash that occurred this morning. But thank you so much for answering those questions.
Our condolences, man, to the community. I mean, or to the family and the relatives of Xavier Titata and of course his wife. We never asked for this. We don't, but we do know that as law enforcement officer, we too, understand the risk associated once we deploy or discharge deadly force, and lives have changed, because of this incident, and our thoughts and prayers do go out to the family.
Thanks, Sarge.
Thanks, Paul.
Okay.
Stay safe.
Yeah, the family reached out to us last year, but because of Xavier's criminal history, they were really reluctant to come forward. Exactly because of that, is because they felt like, if we really make a lot of noise about this, Xavier's had his share of run-ins with the law, and They just felt like no one would really care about. And that's what they told me. You know what I mean? And so I can see that side of it, right? I mean, it's so complicated. I just think on its face, anybody out here who's thinking a single officer fired 31 shots, it just sounds excessive, right? But then when you fold in what the chief had said about a 3,000-pound weapon, what Sergeant Tapau said about, I mean, responding to a stolen cell phone and then finding out that the people are driving a vehicle that's been reported stolen. So maybe the officers in their mind are, adding 2 and 2 together and getting, 50, right? Because you don't know. I mean, stolen vehicle, stolen phone. Could there be a stolen firearm? Yeah, it's just tough all around. And I really wish the family the best under the circumstances, and I think that they should pursue any legal option that they have to pursue, because I mean, on its face, would the AG really look into this thing in a way that's kind of independent and impartial? I don't know, because it's GovGuam and GovGuam, right? So I can see the concerns from people about this whole process, and it does kind of seem like, oh, what else were they going to say? I think people would have been really surprised if the outcome of this had been the opposite of what it was. It's 9:53, but we heard GPD's side, so we wanted to close with this interview that Adriana Cotero did with the Tatao family. Bree, good job today.
Good job.
Jay, guys, good job. I'm going to close on a somber note, though, with this interview. It's a full interview with the Tatao family, conducted by KUAM News' very own Adriana Cotero. My name is Chris. Link fam, you guys be safe. Hug someone you love today. Until tomorrow, esta, adios.
Bye.
Happy day and good afternoon, everyone. I am Adriana Cotero, and I am joined with the family of deceased Xavier Tatao and his deceased wife, Vicky Regis. The couple suffered from numerous gunshot wounds on November 3rd, 2020. It was election night, and this was the officer-involved shooting that occurred in Tamuning. Truly a very tragic story, as just this past weekend, the Office of Attorney General announced that they concluded their joint investigation with GPD, and that after several hours of evidence being presented to a grand jury, they decided the officers' actions were justified and returned a no true bill, meaning no indictments would come down on the 4 officers involved, and they were cleared from any criminal charges. Now, the Guam Police Department Chief Stephen Ignacio also held a press conference, and he went through the sequence of events that occurred the night of the evening. And many in the community believe that justice has not truly been served. Now we turn to the Tatao family. We have Xavier's mother, Carol, sister Paula, and sister Geraldine joining us. First, I'd like to express my sincerest condolences to you all, and just thank you for coming on here to share your story and share your words with us. And I would first like to ask your thoughts on what these findings that were released over the weekend. What were your initial thoughts and reactions to hearing this?
We're still very hurt. And that news came and hit hard, just as it hit hard when we found out that my brother was shot and killed by police officers the night that it happened.
I think one of the most shocking findings was to hear that a total of 45 gunshots were fired at your loved ones, and a single officer shot 31 of those bullets. The Office of the Attorney General even characterized it as an excessive amount of shots fired. Do you agree that this is an excessive amount, and do you believe this many shots can truly be justified?
Yes, I do believe that was an excessive amount of force and shots fired.
You don't know how can that be justified?
During the press conference, it was
Only
also
God can
heard
make
that.
that judgment call.
I'm sorry, what did you say? Can you repeat that?
It's wrong.
It's wrong. That amount of force of fire, I truly believe was unnecessary. My brother was unarmed. His wife was unarmed. Mm-hmm. They're going to use the car as a weapon, to give my brother a chance to step out of the vehicle. we were told otherwise. We've been kept in the dark for long. We've reached out many, many times through this whole thing, asking questions, only to give us the answer saying that they'll get back to us. They couldn't answer any of our questions because of the investigation. We were denied. My mom was denied to identify my brother's body. We want to know who identified his body when this happened. My mom wasn't given that. When we asked, we were denied. They told us it was due to the severity of the crime. Was my brother hit with all those bullets? We want to know. We still have no peace. There's no peace with us because of what happened to him. It took over a month for us to finally be able to see my brother.
You mentioned that they didn't even allow you to identify your brother. Were you able to see even the vehicle or even the cop car at all to see if there really were all these damages that they said?
No, we weren't. We were not.
During the press conference, it was learned that Vicky had also passed away since that night. Chief was unable to confirm if she died due to injuries sustained from the shooting, but would you be able to tell us exactly how many gunshot wounds she suffered from and how long she was hospitalized, and if her death is in fact related to this incident?
We believe it is related. She never stopped bleeding out. Her children and her parents can tell you more of that, but she did share with me that she had begged them to stop shooting. She put the car in park and shut it off. The way they reported it, the car going back and forth, my son going back and forth, that was not true. I don't know where they got their information from. That's not true. She watched my son die right in front of her.
And she was also shot at, correct? Do you know how many shots were fired at her?
10 times. She was hit 10 times, 8 to 10 times.
Wow. Again, I'm so sorry. We'll try and reach out to her family as well. If you guys are able to provide the contact too, I can try and reach out to her. For those that did not know Xavier and Vicky, what can you tell us about them? How long were they married for? Do they share any children? How do you remember them?
They have a son together. Xavier has 3 other children. He has a daughter that I'm taking care of and raising. You will never get to see her walk down the aisle. You would never see her get to graduate.
He was not able to watch his boy grow up.
His little boy has to grow up without a mom and a dad.
How is their son coping? How is their son and the rest of their children coping with the loss of their parents?
I'm sure it's pretty hard. My brother has stepchildren from Vicky Ann, and I'm sure it's very hard for them as well as it is for us.
How do you cope with something like this? How do you cope with something? It's hard. It's very hard. When none of the authorities get a hold of you to contact me, they do interviews with everyone. What about me as his mother? What about his siblings? Why can't anybody come to us? Why, if they can go on live and talk to the public, the whole island of Guam, why can't they come to me and apologize to me and my family? Who does that?
We still deserve answers. And we still want answers. We weren't contacted by authorities the night my brother was killed. I was on the phone making calls to GPD to try to find out where my brother was. He wasn't transported to GMH right away. He was kept there at the scene until wee hours in the morning the next day.
Yes. Yes. He wasn't transported to the hospital.
He wasn't immediately transported to the hospital.
No, he wasn't. No.
Their statements, the chief's statements I don't know where that came from. I don't know who did their investigation, how they did their investigation. Sloppy and not right.
Chief Ignacio said that, and you had mentioned this, that the police officers were faced with the suspect with 3,000 plus weapon, referring to the stolen vehicle. And he said, quote, they discharged deadly force in response to the deadly force used against them and seized the deadly force when the threat against them had stopped. And it was also asked by a reporter in the press conference, why didn't the officer shoot at the tires then? And the chief said they are not trained to discharge a firearm at tires. You also mentioned the deadly force and how that truly isn't justified, what occurred. And he didn't go on to explain, the chief didn't go on to explain as to why not they can't shoot at tires. But do you believe GPD's training and conduct needs to be looked into then?
Yes, very much. It sure does. It sure does.
Why do you believe so?
There's other ways that they could have disarmed that vehicle. If they say that my brother was continuously reversing and going forward, there's other ways they could have disarmed that vehicle. They could have shot at the tires. And that is one training I know that officers are trained to do, shoot at tires, to disarm a vehicle. They shot to kill. They killed my brother.
They use spikes.
They use spikes to throw at tires. They shoot at tires.
And you mentioned Vicky shut off the car, correct? You said that, and she stepped out.
Put it in park. She put it in park and she turned off the car and had her hands up in the air while she was in the car screaming, "Stop shooting! Stop shooting!" They weren't armed.
If Xavier and Vicky were alive today, what would you say to them? Do you think they deserve to die this way?
No, they didn't, and nobody deserves to die the way Vicky Ann nor my brother died. Nobody.
What would you say to them if they were here today?
You can't say nothing.
I can't say anything to them because they're not here today. We just pray that God continues to guide us through this all and that we get justice for them, for my brother. We're still left here without answers for questions we have been asking and asking and asking, and to this very day, nobody's come to us. Their kids have to grow up without them. We'll never get to see my brother again. My mom will never get to see her son again. Regardless of his past, he still didn't deserve to die the way he did. And this is not the end. We're still going to get justice for my brother and for Vicky Ann.
Any message you have to all involved in the case, that being GPD, the Office of the Attorney General, and even the grand jury?
For the investigation to have taken this long, I do believe they could have done better. They could have kept us informed. They're supposed to help us. The day this happened, nobody called us. Nobody called my mom about this shooting and my brother being involved. We want to know who identified my brother. Why was he kept from us identifying his body? I just hope that the grand jury was handed this down to the officers being exonerated, that they're happy with the outcome. They're satisfied with it. And to those officers that are back out on duty walking around, it's lives that matter. They took my brother and Vicky Ann's lives from us, from their children. I hope they're happy and they go to sleep peacefully at night with the outcome, because we're still very hurt and very sad, distraught, and unsatisfied with the outcome. There will be justice.
Mm-hmm.
It may be the end for them, but this is just the beginning for us, for justice for both of them.
What do you guys plan to do moving forward to get the justice you deserve?
That's enough for the meeting. We've said what we had to say, and you'll be hearing from us. We are going to get justice. We are still going to seek justice.
Okay.
There will be justice.
I understand. I appreciate your time. Is there anything else any of you would like to add?
Anybody and everybody that's out there that knew my brother in Vicky, please direct message me, my mom, or my sister Paula, as we ask you to stand beside us through this all, strong and together, so that we seek justice for my brother Xavier and Vicky, and so that no one else has to be scared of the officers while they're driving, walking, whatever it may they be doing during each and every day of their lives. Stand beside us, stand strong beside us. We ask you, please, so that we get justice, and justice will be served for the both of them. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for joining me this afternoon and sharing your words. And again, on behalf of KUAM, our most heartfelt condolences to all of you. I'm so sorry to hear about all this.
Thank you as well.
Thank you.